Warm welcome to all members of the Planning Committee, officers and members of the public in attendance at today's meeting. I am Councillor Christine Ward, Chairman of this Planning Committee. I would now like to hand over to Democratic Services to read the housekeeping notes.
Please note this meeting is being broadcast live on the Council's website and on YouTube. It will remain available for a minimum of 12 months. Please can those in attendance use your microphone when speaking and switch it off when you've finished. Please turn any mobile devices to a silent setting for the duration of the meeting. If the fire alarm rings, please can everyone leave the room immediately and use the nearest fire exit. Do not use the lift. Please go to the fire assembly point located at the bottom of the car park by the garages.
Thank you. I think we just have the one apology.
I'd also say that Councillor Hilary Brand is going to be late, so she might come in part the way through the meeting.
So Councillor Hawkins, an apology, and Councillor Brand may be late. Can I please confirm the minutes for the 9th of October? All of those in agreement?
Agreed.
Thank you. And now interest. Does anybody have interest? Councillor Dowd.
Is it high the high parish council and events?
Councillor Wade.
Chairman, a ditto for me, exactly the same, but I don't sit on the planning committee.
Councillor Woods. Councillor Crisell.
2210-219 and 2210-854. I'm on Totton Town Council, but not on planning.
Councillor Sleep. And Councillor Penny.
Thank you, Chair. Ditto to John. I also sit on the committee for Totton Planning, but I don't take any part in voting.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll start with our first application, which is on page 7 of your agenda, SS13, land off of Moortown Lane, Ringwood. This is application number 21/11723. We have several speakers on this, and Councillor Jeremy Herham and Councillor Swain, please, if you want to speak in future, can you let us know, like, at least a day or two before and not leave it until you actually arrive in the chamber? Thank you very much. Just out of courtesy. Thank you. We'll go ahead then with the presentation. If you'd like to commence, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the update paper. First item, amended plans. The applicant has forwarded to officers some amended plans of the house types, having had an internal review of the internal spaces for those units. And this includes minor amendments to 17 homes, the Ripley and Stratford house types. Number 2, Ringwood Town Council representations. We officers received several detailed representations from Ringwood Town Council, and these are available on the NFDC website. It's summarised below. Just for reference, RTC set out following grounds for refusal: vehicular access, walking and cycling access, first homes, housing mix and study rooms, sustainability, sustainable construction, design and layout, and the ANRG. Public representations, we've had one further representation from a member of the public. We've received three elements to that representation, and that set out detailed comments on matters related to Neighbourhood Plan Policy R5, smaller homes, and R6, first homes. The update report also sets out planning considerations, just clarifying that officers' approach to the matter of housing mix and conditions is that it is desirable, preferable to place those conditions on the outline application rather than any subsequent served matters application. Recommendation. Subsequent to the committee meeting in September, officers have continued to discuss suitable conditions with the applicants, and the update paper sets out a new condition related to zero carbon buildings and energy. A second condition set out that the housing mix, as I mentioned just now, will be for the phase 2 market homes will be secured through a mix of conditions and a planning obligation. And the third condition relates to the parameter plans. Officers having reviewed internally, thought it would be useful to set out the parameter plans in a distinct condition from the detailed plans for phase 1. And so they will be taken out of condition 4 in as currently set out into a new condition, and that would give flexibility, a degree of flexibility to the applicants when they come to review any potential subsequent reserved matters application. And as set out, this approach was taken by colleagues elsewhere in Hampshire on their strategic sites, including the Wellbourne site in Fareham Borough. Just a couple more elements to verbally update. We received an email yesterday from colleagues at Hampshire County Council Estates, and they have clarified with regard to a point made in the committee report, just to confirm that the applicants have in fact, during the duration of the application, engaged with Hampshire County Council, and you'll recall that they're the landowner of the adjacent land within the local plan allocation sites, just to confirm that the applicants have been engaging with them over the course of the application. There's also, we've had a discussion with the applicants as well in the last day or so, and we've agreed some minor amendments to the housing mix for the market housing element in phase 2, and consequently as well the overall housing mix site-wide. What I will do is I will go through those during the presentation, because there's a couple of tables in there. I think it would be expedient to outline that at that point. And that finishes the updates.
Thank you.
So as the chair mentioned, this is planning application 21/11723, land at Moortown Lane, Ringwood. Oh. Thank you. This essentially is the presentation my colleague Mark Wyatt made at September Planning Committee. So I will take a slightly lighter touch because I'm cognizant that you're familiar with the site and the presentation that Mark made that day. So we have the red line plan, which shows that the application site is comprised of a significant portion of the local plan allocation site, and broadly this site is located to the south of Ringwood. Aerial photograph there which shows its current open character. You can see there on this aerial photograph, and the second one you can see the associated later application for additional open space slightly to the east of the main application site. This is our local plan concept master plan, which sets out the illustrative distribution of housing, open space, employment, areas of potential flood risk, and access within the associated concept master plan. And the proposed development involves residential-led mixed-use development of part of the local plan allocation site 13, land at Moortown Lane, Ringwood. The proposal is submitted as a hybrid planning application with planning permission sought for the following: outline planning permission for the erection of 293 dwellings, class C3 use, with all matters reserved except access, and full planning permission for the erection of 150 dwellings with associated parking, ANRG, open space, landscaping, sustainable drainage systems, the creation of a vehicular access from Moortown Lane, primary and secondary road infrastructure, creation of public footway and off-site highway improvements. So we have two phases. The outline phase is phase 2. The full element is first phase, phase 1. Within this particular plan, you can see phase 1 is the area bounded by the pale blue line, with the residual areas within phase 2 to the north and to the east and to the south. So a few photographs here, the site access coming in off Moortown Lane. Within the site, looking eastwards towards Crow Lane. Again, northwards across the site, looking towards Crow Arch Lane. Looking north westwards, again across the site, looking towards, on the horizon there, the existing form of Ringwood. And again, looking north towards Forest Gate Business Park and existing housing to the north of the application site. And that photograph looks west towards existing houses along Christchurch Road, and you can see the rear elevations of those properties there. As mentioned, we do have a set of parameter plans for this application. First parameter plan is for land use, and that sets out two main land uses proposed, which are housing and public open space. And that sets out their distribution within both phase 1 and phase 2. Movement access parameter plan. This shows the main points of access into the site, including the proposed vehicular access from Moortown Lane. Also includes secondary accesses, including the pedestrian stroke cycle access, stroke emergency access from the western part of Moortown Lane, and also other accesses to pedestrian cycle accesses to the north onto Crow Arch Lane. The parameter plan also indicates the likely point at which accesses could be facilitated into the Hampshire County Council land, It also sets out indicative routes through the public open space and the route of the existing public right-of-way in the eastern portion of the application site. Third parameter plan is for building density. You can see there that the lower density housing is around the periphery of the larger housing parcel, with higher density housing located within the centre of that and, excuse me, within the smaller portion which is within phase 2 in the eastern part of the application site. Building scale, similar to the previous parameter plan, this sets out that the buildings, the tallest buildings will be located approximately within the centre of the site, which crosses over between phase 1 and phase 2. And the landscape parameter plan sets out the location of the proposed public open space within phase 1 and within phase 2 as well, including areas of approximate areas of play. Okay, housing mix. There's no change to the phase 1 housing mix. However, there are some minor changes to these figures phase 2, and they're obviously consequently to the total as well. So I'll just run through these. And this relates only to market dwellings within phase 2. There's no change in the affordable housing element to what's presented there. So for market, it's 118 two-bed homes, 64 three-bed homes, and 53 four-plus homes. That's a total of 235 market homes within phase 2. And it still adds up to 293. And then the overall housing mix, we have 133 two-bed market homes, 87 three-bed homes, and 94 four-plus bed homes. So again, in the market homes across all of the application site, phases 1 and 2 adds up to 310. No change in the affordable housing offer. So this plan is a phase 1 housing mix, and this sets out the location of the proposed affordable housing within phase 1. Phase 1 is for 150 units, 75 of which are affordable homes. And you can see that they're distributed across phase 1 rather than concentrated in one part of that particular phase. And as I say, that is for affordable rent, social rent and shared equity. Affordable rent is the red homes, social rent the yellow ones, and the shared equity homes are the blue ones. Highways site access. This is the highways diagram or highways plan for the proposed new vehicular access for Moortown Lane into the site, phase 1. This is the proposed access improvements on the junction of Moortown Lane and Christchurch Road. You can see there in the photographs on the right. And these are further access improvements along Moortown Lane and Christchurch Road to the north. Fourth one, a pedestrian and cycle route proposed exiting the site to the north with improvements onto Crow Arch Lane, which would, it is intended to connect through to the Castleman Trail, which is located just off this plan to the north. And Highways 5, Crow Arch Lane, Crow Lane Junction. This is pedestrian and cycle access improvements to this particular junction. And this is located to the northeast of the application site. Highway 6, Moortown Lane, eastern pedestrian access. There's access improvements related to the existing public right-of-way, crossing over into the public open space, which is located south of Moortown Lane. Flood risk, you can see that the actual housing within the site is within flood zone 1. And for reference, this plan has been taken from the new strategic flood risk assessment that our officers are now working with, which was a joint project with other councils in South Hampshire, the PUSH group. Surface water drainage strategy sets out the strategy for phases 1 and 2. It has been agreed with the lead local flood authority, which is Hampshire County Council. You can see there, and that relies on a system of drainage into a set of swales and basins located within the public open space. Landscape Master Plan and ANRG strategy sets out a more detailed summation of the proposed public open space within both phases 1 and 2 and identifies the housing areas as well. So you can see that broadly the Landscape Master Plan reflects the local plan concept master plan, which we set out earlier in the presentation. And the phase 1 landscaping is set out in this particular plan. You can see that identifies those areas which are going to help facilitate surface water drainage, and also play areas as well in the shaded areas south of where it says sheet 3 and sheet 8. And these are the detailed plans for the play areas. So this is the northern play area, which has been designed for slightly older children. It includes a number of different elements. And likewise, the play area to the south has been designed for younger children, preschool children, who are going to be supervised by adults. This particular diagram shows the intended road crossing within the ANRG, which would connect through to the smaller parcel of housing which is proposed in phase 2. And you can see there that the road will narrow there to slow vehicle speeds to help facilitate a safer crossing for pedestrians and cyclists. And there's another diagram, another picture there showing that particular facility. So the phase 1 site, housing site plan and street hierarchy shows that the principal street comes off of Moortown Lane, and you have secondary streets being accessed off of that, with shared surfaces as well, serving the housing at various points. Character areas within phase 1, the applicants have identified 3 character areas. Very broadly, you can see reflecting the parameter plans, we have the lower density, larger housing around the periphery, and then the smaller, more dense housing within the centre of phase 1, within the Crow Boulevard and Moortown suburbs character areas. So 3 character areas identified across phase 1. You can see here phase 1 character area street scene, which is the ones that are around the periphery of phase 1, generally overlooking public open space. You can see that they are generally larger homes with a traditional vernacular, brick, clay tiles, render. and then a more mixed street scene within the Crow Boulevard character areas, which includes a mix of different residential typologies, generally biased towards smaller homes, including the flats, the two-storey flats that you can see there in the top right-hand corner. And again, the Moortown suburbs character areas, generally smaller houses, semi-detached, and there's a terrace there as well. Again, the vernacular is generally traditional, with a mix of roof types. We've got hip roofs and gables. So we have a few typical house elevations and floor plans. There are more, but these are just some of them. So here we have the Seaton, which is essentially a 3-bed semi. They're market homes. These are some of the affordable housing here. It's a terrace of 4. These are 2 beds, plots 87 to 90. Again, with traditional materials and vernacular. One of the larger houses, the Derby, there with dormers in the gable roof, weatherboarding, mix of weatherboarding and red brick. And these are the 4-bed affordable units, so they're a pair of 4-bed semis with a hip roof, again, reasonably traditional vernacular using brick. And these are the 4-bed 3-storey semi-detached townhouses. There's 2 of these units together within phase 2. And the affordable flatted block that I mentioned just now, this is typical elevation, so that it shows that these particular flats have essentially have the scale similar to that of a house. So the phase 1 design, the building stories plan shows that majority of the houses within the site are 2-storey. You have some 2.5-storey with the dormer windows and other features of a similar ilk along the boundary, the periphery overlooking the public open space. And the 2 3-bed townhouses are located within the north of phase 1 in line with the parameter plan. So in summary, the proposal would provide 92% of the minimum quantum of housing identified in local plan policy SS13. Now, I'm just going to remind myself what that minimum amount actually was. Bear with me a moment, please. At least 480 new homes in the first criteria in that policy. So therefore, the proposal would make a significant contribution to the district's housing need. Development will deliver 133 affordable dwellings across a range of tenures, social rent, affordable rent, and shared ownership. And given the proposed housing, the balance is clearly in favour of permission and will meet the priority of meeting housing needs set out in the recently adopted NFDC corporate plan. No substantive alternative evidence has been submitted in representation to set aside the views of the statutory consultees. The proposal, subject to a Section 106 planning obligation and suitable conditions, will be acceptable in terms of highways, access, vehicular parking, electric vehicle charging, public right-of-way, pedestrian and cycle routes, cycle storage, refuse storage and collection, flood risk and foul drainage. The proposal will be acceptable in terms of habitat mitigation and European designated nature conservation sites, phosphates neutrality, biodiversity net gain and protected species. The proposal will also provide suitable public open space in the form of ANRG, informal open space and the play areas. Detailed hard and loft landscaping in phase 1 will be secured through suitable conditions. The housing design is considered to be of sufficient quality to meet the requirements of NPPF paragraphs 135 and 136 and local plan policy ENV3, and it has regard to local design guidance. The detailed objections from NFDC, Environmental Design and Ringwood Town Council, including the completed Building for a Healthy Life assessment, are noted and have been addressed in the planning assessment of the committee report. The proposal does not meet Ringwood Neighbourhood Plan policies R5, R6 and R10. It's very close to meeting R5, but it's a small portion of one building just short. But for the reasons set out in the committee report, it's considered that this does not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the identified benefits. The proposal, subject to suitable conditions, will not have a harmful impact on heritage assets, archaeological remains, mineral extraction, air quality, noise and residential amenity. And the proposal will include a substantial package of contributions of approximately 4.4 million towards local infrastructure mitigation to be secured in Section 106 planning obligation, and significant further infrastructure funding should, in the event of consent, also come forward through the community infrastructure levy. So the planning balance, overall, given that there are no technical objections to proposals, which coupled with the significant public benefits, including the delivery of needed market and affordable housing, the provision of substantial new public open space and the sustainable development as set out in this report, the proposal is considered to be generally in line with local and national policy and guidance. As such, in accordance with paragraph 11D of the NPPF on balancable material considerations, with significant weight placed on the substantial housing being brought forward, the proposal achieves sustainable development in line with local plan policy STR1, achieving sustainable development. Any identified harm does not equate to an identifiable level of adverse impact, whereby that impact would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the identified benefits that the application will bring, as set out in the detailed report in Appendix 1. And therefore, the recommendation is that delegated authority be given to the Service Manager for Development Management to reconsult Natural England prior to the proposed adoption of the Shadow Habitat Regulations Assessment and Appropriate Assessment, and to grant permission subject to the prior completion of an agreement pursuant to Section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act to secure the following, which includes affordable housing, air quality monitoring, ARG, public open space, a phasing plan, biodiversity net gain, management and monitoring, community facility contribution in lieu of the community focal point, district monitoring charges, formal open space contribution, habitat mitigation, a contribution towards footpath improvements on the adjacent public open space associated with the prior Linden scheme, and contributions towards Hampshire County Council for primary education in Ringwood, countryside services, public right of way, and the local highways contribution. And the impositions of the conditions set out in Appendix 1 and any additional and amended conditions deemed necessary by the Service Manager for Development Management, having regard to the continued Section 106 discussions to ensure consistency between the two sets of provision. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much for that presentation. Excuse me. As I said, we do have several speakers. We have Mr. Jim Bevan, who's the agent, also available for questions, Charles Lewis from the applicant, and Steve Jenkins, Transport. We have Dr. Chris Trelevan, Councillor Jeremy Harum, Councillor Steve Rippon-Swain, Councillor Mary Debuse. You will all have 3 minutes each. So we'll start with Mr. Jim Bevan, if you can present your case. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, councillors. My name is Jim Bevan from Savills and I'm the planning agent. Thank you for allowing me to speak. You deferred the application at the September committee in order to allow a three-way dialogue between the council, the applicant and Ringwood Town Council. We feel this decision has fostered really constructive discussion between the three parties and has prompted some additional and positive amendments to the scheme, not least in respect to housing mix. At our meeting with the District and Town Council, we tabled a revised housing mix offer, which increases the number of two-bed units by 19 dwellings. This amendment would bring the proportion of one- and two-bed dwellings across the scheme to 221, very shortly shy of 50%, in line with Neighbourhood Plan Policy R5. We're discussing an appropriate form of wording with the district to be included in the Section 106 agreement, which would safeguard the delivery of these smaller dwellings. We feel the mix of dwellings proposed across the site meets the identified need for housing across the district, including for affordable homes. As set out by the Council's housing officer, there are over 4,000 people seeking affordable housing to rent within the district, 206 of which have identified Ringwood as their first choice, and 789 registrations on the list from those interested in accessing shared ownership housing. The applicant's affordable housing officer therefore prioritises these two tenures specifically in line with local policy. The affordable housing proposed across the development will deliver 93 affordable units to rent and 40 new shared ownership homes, including smaller units and family-sized accommodation. At our meetings with planning officers and the Town Council, we did discuss the option of delivering a proportion of first homes on the development, in line with Neighbourhood Plan Policy R6. However, the proportionate reduction in affordable rented and shared ownership units required to accommodate the 25% first homes was not tenable to the client, as it would diminish the benefits previously outlined. The Town Council have cited non-compliance with Policy R10 as a potential reason for refusal. We've discussed the relative sustainability of the scheme at length with both District and Town Councils. To allow the issue to be explored in more detail, we've agreed conditions with the District that will secure the delivery of PV panels on all houses within Phase 1 and require the submission of an updated energy statement prior to the commencement of both phases. Discussions with the Council in respect to this site have been ongoing since 2020, with the design being updated and to reflect feedback received and provide a scheme that meets directly with the aspirations of New Forest District Council for this important strategic site. Over the course of the application, the applicant has reduced the overall quantum from 491 units to 443, amended the design and layout to mitigate impacts on neighbouring dwellings through reduced density and increased separation distances. They've strengthened the proposed character areas and increased planting. They've removed the football pitches south of Moortown Lane from the development proposals and granted Ringwood Town Football Club a 10-year lease on the land. The applicant has sought to react positively and pragmatically to the relatively recent adoption of Ringwood Neighbourhood Plan. Where strict compliance hasn't been possible, conditions have been agreed to allow for further discussion. As I hope was clear from the officer's presentation, the scheme has been designed to a high standard and will make a considered and very important addition to the district's open market and affordable housing stock. It will also provide improved access to the town centre, local schools and the network of local surrounding public open space. I would kindly ask that the committee follow the officer's recommendation in voting to approve this application in order that the dwellings can be built and occupied and the benefits to the area be fully realised. Thank you for your time.
Sorry, did you hear that? I didn't have my mic on. Dr. Chris 11, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, okay, yes. Madam Chairman and members, I have circulated to you the detailed reasons why I have regretfully been led to seek refusal of this application. Now, we are all well aware that should you decide on refusal, it is possible the applicant will go to appeal, and if successful, an application for costs may be made against the council. It is therefore imperative that the reasons for refusal are sufficiently robust in planning terms to withstand any appeal. I will summarise how the reasons I have listed pass this test. Firstly, in acknowledging the deficiency in providing sufficient 1 to 2 bedroom dwellings, the applicant now offers to increase that number in Phase 2 by 19. But from all that's been said, Phase 2 is an outline application which requires details only of site access, not details of house sizes. As the planning officer points out in his writing, the proposed number of small dwellings can be changed at any stage up to future reserved matters application. Therefore, it's not a commitment which may withstand the test of time. Secondly, although your council has adopted the Ringwood Neighbourhood Plan in full, the planning officer now claims its policy R6 of first homes has to be balanced against the local plan policies HOU 1 and 2, but this claim ignores a clear national planning policy statement, paragraph 20, which reads, "A single local plan must state which are strategic policies and which are non-strategic policies. Further, adopted neighbourhood plan policies override such non-strategic policies Now, NFDC has not followed this MPPF requirement, and as HOU 1 and 2 have never been stated to strategic, they must be non-strategic. Consequently, Ringwood Policy R6 does take precedence and first homes need to be provided. Thirdly, the officer claims the first home's maximum price limitation makes them unaffordable in this area. But currently, a developer in Fordingbridge on Strategic Site 17 is successfully offering such discounted first homes with NFDC approval, showing they are indeed affordable. Fourthly, Crest Nicholson claims that providing first home is unviable, but no quantitative information on extra costs is provided, even though normal NFDC practice requires these to justify a claimed exception to policy. This claim cannot therefore be considered. These 4 reasons I have summarised constitute grounds for refusing this application, with the hope that the applicant might then resubmit a more locally supportive proposal for acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mary DeBooze, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Firstly, thank you for deferring the decision in September. This has allowed us to talk to the applicant and further analyse the application and the officer's report. We acknowledge that some concessions have been put forward. However, our objections as a statutory consultee remain. As I said before, Ringwood Town Council understands the need for housing and does not object to the principle of developing the land allocated in Local Plan Policy SS13. I have 3 issues to highlight. The application is only for the land the applicant owns. As such, it does not comply with the master planning objectives for the site, especially in terms of access, contrary to SS13 and RMP policies R1 and R11. We have asked the applicant to demonstrate why it is not feasible to comply with the energy efficiency standards in policy R10, but we have not, to date, received a satisfactory explanation. Chris has explained the issues with housing mix. These are exacerbated by the use of study rooms. We understand that the NDSS standards define bedroom sizes and that the applicant has KC advice on this matter, but we have not seen this advice nor the question that was posed to KC. Regardless, NDSS standard is optional. It has been applied inconsistently in this application and by the applicant across their other sites. There are no study rooms in the affordable housing designs. In their Ripley design, even in the revised version, bedroom 3 does not meet the standards. The Ashford design does not have a bedroom that meets the standards for a double bedroom, and as such should be considered to be a 1 bedroom and 2 studies. On other sites, their housing designs, where the 3rd room is described as generally sized bedroom, does not meet the standards. There is no way to ensure the rooms will not be used as bedrooms. It's our view that because our local planning authority requires ANRG, costly phosphate mitigation and parking provision calculated based on bedrooms, study rooms are being used as a way of reducing these requirements. It also enables 2-bedroom houses to be sold at a premium because they could be lived in as though they have 3 bedrooms. As such, we believe that the application is contrived. Taking a study room to be a bedroom means that phase 1 of the development has only 3% of open market housing that is 2-bedroom or less and is therefore contrary to HOU 1 and RMP policy R5. We've submitted ideas for how the application could be more policy compliant, but as it stands, it does still not conform with at least 11 fully evidenced policies. And the officer's report, in our view, tilts the balance consistently in favour of the applicant based on opinions rather than evidence. We fail to see how this contrived application could be approved by this committee. It should be withdrawn or refused. I'm accompanied by Philip Day and Gareth DeBooze from Planning.
You will need to wind up. You've had your 3 minutes, okay?
It's just to say we're happy to take questions.
Councillor Jeremy Heron, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this is only the second time that I've ever worn this suit. There's a reason for that. I knew it was a mistake when I bought it. The good news is it's just a suit. If you pass this application, you'll be making a mistake that every planning member knows is wrong, and you will have it for 50 to 100 years. I will now return to the problem that I had last time when I was before this committee, and that is the access. A single access point to this site is totally and wholly inadequate. There is some fudge towards it with a promise of an emergency access via the other side of the site. But this is not an emergency access. This council has failed to secure it as such. There is no condition requiring it. I have received copies of the correspondence from Hampshire Highways, but they only deal with the highways land. They failed to talk about the land once the access point leaves the highway and enters and needs to access off the highway land into the site. This access, if you want to secure it, must be secured by a condition. It must be referred to on the plan as an emergency access, and a condition requiring it to be kept free and safe must be included. If not, I consider this council and this planning committee negligent in the safety of the potential residents of that site. It is wholly unacceptable. Thank you.
Councillor Steve Rippon-Swain, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, members. It's a shame we've got to this point so early in the life of the Ringwood Town Plan. It took a long time in its making. It was very professionally carried out. It went through arbitration with the examiner with flying colours, and the public as a community voted highly in favour of it, one of the best, highest in the United Kingdom. We've now come to its first test, in my view, because that was back in July. But we have a long list here whereby articles and regulations inside the plan have been put aside because it's believed they're either superfluous or there's something else in its place. That is not really the case. The case is that the Ringwood National Local Plan is part of NFDC's planning policy, and in that case it should be fully applied. The list is quite long as to what has been ignored, and in my view it should be effective in this decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the speakers. Members, we now go to questions either from the officers or from the speakers. Councillor Richards.
I have a question for the applicant or agent. I'm looking at the Crest Nicholson website at the moment, and there's many houses for sale on that website. And at the moment, I'm looking at houses for sale near Fareham, and there's one called The Lee, which is advertised as a 3-bedroom house. But the third bedroom is only 5.6 square metres, which falls way short of the minimum space standards that we've been told apply, which is a minimum of 7.5 square metres. So according to that, that leads me to believe that when Crest Nicholson put these houses up for sale, these 2-bedroom houses, which have study rooms, will be advertised as 3-bedroom houses. So I'd like you to tell me whether or not I'm correct in that assumption.
Thanks. Crest have no intention of marketing them in the way that you've suggested. They will be 2 bedrooms with a study, or respectively for the 3 bedrooms.
And what guarantee can you give me that that will be the case?
Probably defer to the officers whether there's a suitable guarantee in that regard, but that's Crest's intention and always has been. The idea that that isn't the case simply isn't true.
We just had a little chat, and you can't condition marketing for obvious reasons, because it falls outside the remit of planning. So we have the man's word. He said that in public, that they're going to, I've made a note that they say they're going to make, they're going to market this only as 2-bed homes. I think everybody's heard that.
Thank you. Members, I don't really want to refer to other sites around the country. Let's concentrate on what we've got in front of us. Thank you. Councillor Crizzell.
Thank you, Chair. There was a discussion about the size of the, the type of emergency exit and the fact that it wasn't an emergency exit. Could the officer explain what he feels about that?
It was on one of the earlier plans shown in the presentation. As you come off Christchurch Road into Moortown Lane, and you're heading up on the left-hand side, which essentially is the southwest corner of the application site, is proposed access primarily for pedestrians and cyclists, but they've also indicated as well that it's an emergency access for emergency vehicles if it was so needed, and that was set out in the plans that Hampshire County Council reviewed. So that is included there as the emergency access for this particular site. There's matters that Councillor Heron mentioned about parking as well, but we believe that they're sufficiently to be addressed within the conditions set out in Appendix 1, particularly Condition 28, which refers to bollards and their management and design, and also as well to take account of the fact that rightly we don't want antisocial parking, but at that point where the emergency access enters into the highways as identified in the highway plan in the presentation. So we'll have to come up with appropriate form of marking, whatever that is, to ensure that it's quite obvious to someone parking a vehicle that they mustn't park in that particular place for the obvious reason.
Can I have one more? Could somebody please clear up this business about how big these rooms are? Because we're having conflicting, I've given up on trying to work out how big these rooms are and whether they're sufficient.
Can you turn your mic on? Thank you.
Okay, well, we've reviewed the rooms and as set out within the committee report, we've taken the approach that those first floor rooms, which the applicant has identified as study rooms, if they're below the National Design Space Standards, which can be accessed from the planning practice guidance, which is the website-based resource that supplements the National Planning Policy Framework. If they're below that, then we don't count them as a bedroom. And if they, obviously correspondingly, the bedrooms would be above the minimum size and dimension criteria, then they would be counted as a bedroom accordingly. So that's the approach that we've taken.
Okay. Did you have something else?
I just worry about the councillor saying it wasn't room for a double bed in the room. I mean, that's not true then.
Are we talking about a study room or a bedroom here?
I honestly can't remember where she said it was. She mentioned something about you couldn't get a double bed in this room.
Can I refer Mark?
Chairman, if I can help, and it may be a matter in addition to Mr. Thane's comments that we direct the question if I'm not clear enough to the applicant as well. But yesterday we took receipt of some further amended plans with the applicant having undertaken a review of all the detailed house types on their phase one, specifically looking at the bedrooms against the nationally described space standards. And they have put to us, and it's in the first part of your update paper, that the bedrooms meet the space standards for bedrooms. You'll also be mindful in your report, page 15, there's narrative there about what the space standards are and the fact they're a material consideration for you in the absence of anything in your development plan.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Councillor Dowd.
Thank you. Quite a number of the objections come from tensions between the neighbourhood plan and our local plan. I'm a little bit confused because there was suggestions that it has to be a strategic part of the local plan for it to carry weight over a neighbourhood plan. So I'd like some clarification on when a local plan holds force over a neighbourhood plan, and are all the tensions here that have been looked at and reviewed, because I know there are some that have been resolved and some that remain tensions. I just want to be sure that they, in all of these cases, the neighbourhood plan holds sway over the local plan holds sway over the neighbourhood plan. Thank you.
It's an interesting question as to what is a strategic policy and what isn't. And what we set out in the update attached to the committee report for this meeting was following a review subsequent to the committee meeting in September. Mark and I had a discussion over strategic policies within our local plan. And we came to the conclusion that perhaps it was not wholly clear that policy HOU1 and HOU2 were strategic policies. So there is a degree of ambivalence there. We set out in the report a few facts which are set out in our local plan, including paragraph 1.3 at the start of the plan, which states this local plan sets out strategic policies. That's a matter of fact. It doesn't say it sets out strategic policies and non-strategic policies. And that includes strategic site locations capable of accommodating 100 more homes, such as this application before us. When you turn to policies in question, you look at policy HOU1. Again, this is me just stating the policy verbatim. Policy HOU1, housing type, size, tenure and choice. The strategy is to ensure that all residential development helps. So it says there in the policy text, the strategy. So it would be an odd non-strategic policy that sets out a strategy. And then going on, supporting text in paragraph 6.2 states, after setting out text in paragraph 6.1, for policies on householder development and other non-strategic housing policy matters, see also the same policies listed in Appendix A. So I think on reflection, I would say our view is it's not wholly clear that those policies are strategic or non-strategic. We've set out that we think the policies, those two particular housing policies and the housing policies and the neighbourhood plan should be seen side by side, essentially.
Thank you, Mark. Do you have anything to add to that?
Chairman, if I can, nothing really to add in terms of what Mr. Thane has said, but just to emphasise those points and take you into your report. Page 13 of your agenda sets out essentially the points that Mr. Thane has just taken you to. At the end of the bullet points on the local plan that you've just been taken to, you'll see that the report accepts it remains unclear as to whether those local plan policies are specifically strategic policies. And on that basis, weight is given to the neighbourhood plan. That's set out in the Appendix 1 and the relevant framework paragraph as quoted by the Town Council. So that's a fair conclusion to draw in terms of the weight you give to the neighbourhood plan. It's part of your development plan. The important point here, I think, to add in terms of the narrative you've had from the case officer is perhaps the fact that the neighbourhood plan should be the weight given to the neighbourhood plan should be fully applied, or that it outweighs the policies of your local plan. It has weight. It can take precedence if it's a strategic policy, or that our housing policies are not strategic. But you have this very delicate balancing exercise to do today. So the report is clear. It conflicts with the neighbourhood plan. There are also conflicts in places with your local plan. You have to balance those conflicts and come to a view as to whether the harm demonstrably and significantly outweighs the benefits. So I think, in addition to Mr. Thane, page 13 of your report and over to the top of page 14 clarifies that position on what is strategic, what's not strategic. But ultimately, you can't comply with both. There needs to be a balance, and that's for you as the decision maker to take that decision.
Thank you. Councillor Wade.
Chairman, I've got a much simpler question, I hope. I noticed in the report on the consulting comments, and I heard it mentioned, forgive me if I have missed this, it says Moortown Lane emergency pedestrian cycle access. Can you explain to me what that means? I've never seen a development before come across with an emergency access, and I wonder what is the reason, or why is that here?
Yeah, but building on what I outlined to Councillor Crizell just now, the applicants have decided to ensure that the dimensions, the width of the cycle pedestrian route coming up from Moortown Lane into the southwest corner of the application site is capable of taking an emergency vehicle if that scenario ever arose.
Although it's pedestrian cycle, it can take an emergency vehicle.
Essentially, yes.
Councillor Woods next. Councillor Woods.
Thank you. My question is to the applicant. It's a simple question, really. On the paragraph on sustainable construction, phase 1 is complying with 2021 building regulations, yet you say phase 2 will be comply with the 2026 regulations. With the emphasis on carbon dioxide emissions and the recent COP going on, why don't you just go straight in and apply the 2026 regulations?
So the scheme has been designed up and assessed under the Council's Climate Change SPD, and it's been found acceptable. We recognise that we're slightly in limbo at the moment between building regulations. So it's likely, well, I can't be definitive, that roughly half of phase 1 will come forward under the current building regulations, but the balance of the site, so perhaps 2/3, 3/4, will be captured under the future home standards. Notwithstanding that, we've included PV panels on all of the houses within phase 1, and prior to the commencement of phase 1 and ultimately phase 2, we're going to be required to submit an updated energy statement, which the council will then be able to assess and against any current standard.
Can I ask another question? So, my understanding as a layman, it's supposed to probably down to costs and finances. But you obviously won't go into the new regulations because it will cost you more.
Not simply for that reason. Different sites have different. Different sites have different energy supplies in terms of services that are coming into the site, so that can affect which method of heating you select. But also, in this case, we don't want to prejudice phase 2 with a heating strategy that may well be bettered in the future when those regulations come into effect.
Councillor Sleep.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from Councillor Wade and Councillor Purcell's question about the emergency access, it just concerns me a bit. We've always got problems on all these developments with road and highways agreement to access. How on earth can we actually guarantee a fire engine or whatever access up that way with bollards and everything for cyclists that you normally see everywhere for walking and cycling, for some idiots driving up and down there like a bunch of maniacs, which seems to happen as soon as you haven't got. How can you actually allow an engine to get up there and still make it safe for other people and pedestrians to use it?
It might not necessarily be straightforward. Hence, if we look at condition 28, the September report, we have within condition 28, criterion 8, it sets out a specification of a proposed bollard located in the centre of the emergency access in the southwest corner of phase 1. So we're going to have to, through the condition, investigate what that design is going to be. I don't know what that will look like as of today. It's a question to be addressed through the condition. But if it came to be that that condition needed to be discharged, I think we would have to have dialogue with emergency services, fire brigade, as well as Hampshire Highways, to come up with something that works for them in the event, say, for example, they were attending a fire, and the other main access was not in use. So we'll have to investigate that and come up with an appropriate design. I mentioned earlier when I replied to Councillor Frizzell about antisocial parking as well, and of course you don't want people driving cars where they shouldn't, and there is an additional criteria there, which is number 6 within condition 28, a schedule and specification of all hard landscaping and means of enclosure, including those proposed to prevent antisocial vehicular parking in phase 1 for public open space and public realm. So I suppose you could extend that to people driving onto the public open space as well. And I certainly know one of my colleagues who's worked in the last year or so in one of the schemes up at Fording Bridge had a similar issue there, as well as making sure that detailed landscape design precludes as best as possible people driving onto the POS.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? In that case, we'll go into debate. Councillor Sleep.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I just make an observation regarding this query about the size of bedrooms and the size of studies? Our society is changing rapidly now, especially after the last situation. We've got people working from home as a matter of norm. I've watched my family, their houses develop from big bedrooms into smaller studies, actually in a kitchen or a sewing room. It seems perfectly logical to me that our society is changing to look for a smaller room that they can use as a study at home rather than the bedrooms, and then the design of the houses would be bigger bedrooms that are bedrooms and the study room, which is only necessarily going to be small for computers. It just seems logical to me, the development that's going on in our society. So I don't see initially my problem with that at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else has? Councillor Wade.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, here we are again. We have a development coming in our district that's deeply unpopular with local members and no doubt local residents. Plethora of reasons why they don't want it there. But we know we haven't built enough houses. We know that the government is pushing us to build more. We also know the ability for developers to, because of that very fact, put in, an appeal to something we object, our chances of winning are very unsuccessful. And this is just the reality of the situation. I mean, there's a lot of papers on this. There's aspects of this that probably could be a bit better. We also understand a big issue with developers, and I'm sure is the bottom line, isn't it? Because that's what business is about. But we do need to build houses. The officers have put a very detailed report together. And in that, they recognise there are issues. They put a number of things to compensate, to mitigate for it. But reality is, are there sufficient planning issues for us to object to it? are there? And then the answer is there aren't. The answer is we'll have to pass this. We can do it reluctantly because we really do appreciate the issues that local residents and local councillors have. I generally do. But we are constrained by the environment we're in. And to be fair, because we've been protectionist for so long, it's partly of our own making. We have not built enough houses in the past, and it's just got worse. But also the rules which we must follow are the rules. There are a level of value judgments in that. There's no doubt about that, like many cases. It's not all black and white. But we rely on our officers' professionalism, expertise, to say what they believe it to be. And that is defendable. Going against that, unless we have a clear and transparent reason why, is not defendable. So sadly, reluctantly, I think we need to support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Cresswell.
I just like to agree with everything that Councillor Wade has said very eloquently, and I don't really like having to do that, but there you go. And I'd also like to congratulate the councillors, because the Council of Ringwood Council, because they've done a brilliant job at supplying the argument, and a lot more councils should do that. So I congratulate them, but I still think we are where we are, and I think they've done the best they can, and I will be supporting this application. Thank you.
Councillor Richards.
I'd just like to put a contrary point of view. You know, notwithstanding what the agent has said about how the houses will be marketed, once those houses are sold on, they will be sold not as 2-bedroom houses plus a study room. They will be sold as 3-bedroom houses. We just have to look at property websites, and you'll find dozens of examples of houses locally being sold with bedrooms that fall beneath these space standards. But what this means for this development is that we're allowing a development of houses to be built which falls below these standards, which we say are really important and are a material consideration in this planning application. Our own planning officer has said in his report that this will be detrimental to the living conditions of future residents. Also, it means that not as many parking spaces will be provided as there would have been if they had been described differently, which could lead to parking chaos on the site. There's not going to be as much green space. There'll be phosphate pollution in the River Avon, which has not been mitigated, which will damage this important, internationally important wildlife site. And the housing mix is not as described. And I don't even think it, if you count the study rooms as bedrooms, I don't think it even meets our own policy, HOU1. And of course, the neighbourhood plan, the Ringwood neighbourhood plan, is effectively being ignored, because most of the policies are not being followed, which I do find, undermines our local democracy. And for that reason, I find that quite objectionable. And so I don't think, my opinion is that we should not approve this development, and that we should ask for it to be a better plan to be submitted.
Thank you for your comments. We have to be a bit careful here about jumping to conclusions and making assumptions about how you think a house is going to be marketed. We have got a plan in front of us. That's what we're looking at, and that's what we're judging this whole thing on. Does anybody else have anything to say? Councillor Rickman.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to pick up most of what Councillor Wade said. I thoroughly agree with it. I don't agree with the fact that you said it was deeply unpopular. I think that the decision to do what we did in September was a very good one, and a very lot of reasonable and respectful discussions have been taking place with the Town Council and the developer to get where we are today. So we don't always have this level of attention to a site. So I support it, but I thank everybody for taking part in some reasonable discussion.
Does anybody else have anything to say? Councillor Wade first.
Come back to that point. I take on board what Councillor Rickman says, and I also pay great credit to the Ringwood Town and residents for the effort they put to go against it. And it's because of that effort I said it's unpopular, because they wouldn't be doing it if we wanted it, which I think is a fair comment. Oh, right, not best semantics. But at the end of the day, reluctantly, because I would really love to support them, I think we should support this, and I propose we support it.
Sorry, mic wasn't on. I have a proposal for Councillor Wade to support this application, seconded by Councillor Rickman. I'll come back to Councillor Wood. You have something to say?
As a relevant new member of this committee, I found this discussion very difficult, because I thought after September that the meetings with Ringwood Town Council, that the applicant would have been a little bit more helpful in answering some of their questions. But I also understand what Councillor Wade has said, that we need houses and in the area. So I'm finding it a very difficult decision to make, in all honesty. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. If nobody else has anything to say, we'll go back to the speakers, and you will all have 1 minute to respond. So first of all, we'll go to Mr. Jim Bevan.
Thank you. There's no shying away from the fact that the council can't currently demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. As you'll all be aware, in such circumstances, the tilted balance is engaged. It's our position as applicant that no such active tilting is required. This is an allocated site in the New Forest District Local Plan for at least 480 dwellings, of which the proposals would bring forward 443, 92% of the minimum required in policy SS13. Of that 443, the development will deliver 133 affordable dwellings with a policy-compliant tenure split and a suitable mix of housing typologies and sizes. The proposal will provide extensive public open space in the form of ANRG, informal open space and play areas. Indeed, the proposed NEEP provides play spaces for older children and younger teenagers and has been designed in light of the Make Space for Girls principles. The proposed package of cycle and pedestrian improvements, which would be secured through the Section 106 agreement, will provide links to the north, south and west. This will provide access to the town centre, schools and the wider rights-of-way network. Importantly, these accesses will be delivered prior to the first occupation in Phase 1 to allow local connection benefits to be realised from day one. Should you be minded to apply the tilted balance, then I would hope what is clear from the officer's presentation and this deputation is that the benefits of the scheme far outweigh any perceived impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Chris Trevelyan, 1 minute.
This application offers 433 dwellings, a number which is not challenged, but please note that if the neighbourhood plan policies were applied here, of that 433, 32 first homes will be provided, together with, of course, 100 homes for subsidised social rent and shared equity. Furthermore, if the 19 extra smaller dwellings were part of Phase 1 full application, the opportunities for those on locally average incomes seeking to buy a property, particularly if it's their first home, will be greatly increased compared with the present application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mary DeBooze.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments about the council's representation. We still fail to understand how it is possible to approve an application that breaches at least 11 policies and where the standards are being used inconsistently in order to justify certain occupancy levels and all that that means. So I hope that other applicants will not just see it as a record to beat.
Councillor Jeremy Heron.
If you refuse this application on only one ground, and there are many, refuse it on the mix of tenure, mix of housing bedrooms. This study room is a complete contrived event to circumnavigate this council's policies and takes us for fools. Not only it is as viable as the emperor's new clothes and as transparent as they are, and if we accept it now, we will be the district with the highest number of study rooms in the world. And it will leave us, just like the emperor, with our arse hanging out.
Councillor Steve Rippon-Swain.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a bit of a shame, quite frankly, because, as I said, this is probably the first major test of Ringwood Town Council's plan, local plan. It was approved by an extraordinary large majority of the community, and we are ignoring it. Not a good day.
Thank you. Before we go to the vote, I'd just like to, again, with everybody else, congratulate the town council on the tremendous amount of hard work that they put into this. We'll see how it goes with the vote. So we now have a recommendation to accept, to grant this to the service manager. That's been proposed by Councillor Wade, seconded by Councillor Rickman. All of those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Were there any abstentions? No. So that has been granted. Members, if you don't mind hanging on, I want to go on to the next part of this before I give you a break. So if people want to leave the chamber, I'll just give you a couple of minutes to go. Yeah. I'd like to welcome Hilary Brand, arrived in time for the next application. So we now go to application 23/10707, open space adjacent to Crow Lane. You'll find this on page 163 in the agenda. Application number is 23/10707. Again, we have speakers here, Mr. Bevan, Councillor Debuse from Ringwood Town Council. We'll go then to the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Application number 23/10707, land east of Crow Lane, Ringwood. This is the application site, red line site, and it is located to the east of the local plan allocation site SS13 on the other side of Crow Lane. There's the context there. You can see the local plan allocation site to the west there. And there's the aerial photograph there. I think we have a bit of a gremlin with the red line boundary there, so please don't take that one. You can see there that, that the site is currently used for agricultural purposes. The proposed development is change of use of agricultural land to publicly accessible open space to facilitate alternative natural recreational green space, ANRG, with associated landscaping, footways and access points. This is the context of this particular application site. You can see the hatched area there is the a local plan allocation site, and the green belt is washed over the land to the east of that. So site photographs, as mentioned, the site is currently used for agricultural purposes. You can see there, this photograph was taken, I think, in March this year, late February, early March this year. You can see it there. And see the site again. This looks back towards Crow Lane, and you can see on the right-hand side of the photograph, you can see the existing Castleman Trail, which is well used, well-known footway between, extends beyond Ringwood, but it extends from the town centre down to the New Forest itself. The left-hand photograph is the Castleman Trail at the northeast corner of the application site, and there is an existing rudimentary crossing over the stream which forms part of the boundary on the eastern side of the application site. Oops, sorry. There's a site, as I say, it was taken late February, early March this year. You can see there's a site there. It's generally flat. There was a small amount of ponding on the site at that particular time. You can see there on the right-hand side. And this is the plan for the site. The open space that would be within this is a mix of ANRG and informal open space. The ANRG is located in the centre of the application site and is shaded yellow. And you can see there that it has a diameter of just over 120 metres, and therefore would be deemed to be an ANRG main space. That's the highest specification in our mitigation SPD. The two areas of informal open space are located either side of that. So the landscape plan and access plan. On the plan on the right-hand side, you can see the, I'm not sure what colour you would call that, mauve, purple, is the path of the Castleman Trail. And there would be two access points from the Castleman Trail into the public open space. And there's a detailed landscape plan there. So primarily it would be open with areas of tree planting, and also an area for canine recreation is located on the western side there in the corner. Now, the access to this additional area of public open space would be facilitated in part through improvements to the junction at Castleman Trail and Crow Arch Lane. You can see there you would have provision of drop curbs and a new pavement on the apex there, which would, at the moment, is currently all to grass. That's all County Highways land. It's within their control to do that works. And that would connect up to the Castleman Trail, you can see on the left-hand side, which is already in place, and that goes through the Ring 3 public open space associated with the Linden Home Scheme. Flood risk. Most of the site is in flood zone 1, but there are areas of flood risk around the site, particularly on Crow Lane. That's not in doubt. That Crow Lane does flood periodically, regularly even, and you can see that on that particular diagram. But the site itself is within flood zone 1. And here we can see the landscape plan in context with the allocation site. Mentioned in the previous presentation that there are proposed pedestrian cycle routes north from the housing area up to Crow Arch Lane. And there's also, I mentioned earlier, the existing public right-of-way, which essentially bisects on a north-south axis both the phase 2 within the other scheme and the residual area of the local plan allocation site, which is under the control of Hampshire County Council. Doesn't quite come across here, but it's essentially just to the east of the smaller housing parcel, and that public right-of-way obviously is current in situ, and that would connect up to the network of paths within the Linden open space and hence the Castleman Trail. So in summary, the proposal was considered acceptable in terms of the South West Hampshire Greenbelt. It was public open space is acceptable in principle in the Greenbelt. And subject to suitable conditions is sufficiently sensitively designed to minimise any adverse impacts on the setting of the New Forest National Park. And on balance of considerations, the proposal is acceptable in terms of ANRG provision. The long-term management of the proposed public space could be linked to the main application, and that would be secured through suitable conditions and a Section 106 planning obligation, so that would be included within any Section 106 agreement agreed for the main application. The proposal, subject to suitable conditions and a planning obligation, would therefore be acceptable in terms of ecology, flood risk and drainage, trees, landscaping, and pedestrian access. There is the loss of some agricultural land, but that's considered to be outweighed by the benefit of some additional public open space. The recommendation is delegated authority be given to the service manager, development management, to grant permission subject to the prior completion of an agreement pursuant to Section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act to secure the following: public open space management and maintenance framework, and as I mentioned, that would be incorporated within the equivalent that would be needed for the main site. And secondly, the imposition of the conditions set out in the report and any additional amended conditions deemed necessary by the service manager for development management, having regard to the continuing Section 106 discussions to ensure consistency between the two sets of provisions. And just before I finish, I must as well add, I should have done it at the beginning, I do apologise, just the update with regard to the representations received from Ringwood Town Council, and they have set out again in their most recent ones their opposition to this element. So I just need to acknowledge that and set out and set it out as one. Sorry, I mentioned that just outlining the update that Ringwood Town Council have maintained their objection to this particular proposal within their most recent representations. And I think that concludes.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you. We'll go now then to Mr. Jim Bevan. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Councillors. As set out in the case officer's presentation, the proposed change of use of the land adjacent to Crow Lane to publicly accessible open space will safeguard the delivery of homes on the adjacent allocation and deliver a valuable and long-lasting public resource for the benefit of all Ringwood residents. The application site is adjacent to the existing Castleman Trail, which is an established bridleway connecting the proposed open space to the main application site, the Ring 3 open space within the Linden development to the north, and then onwards to Ringwood Town Centre. In the southeast corner of the application site, the existing timber footbridge is proposed to be replaced with a new footbridge which has been supported by HCC Countryside Services. The proposal does not include any new buildings, and as such, the proposal does not conflict with any of the Greenbelt purposes prescribed in the NPPF and complies with the local plan policy ENV2, which specifically seeks to preserve the openness of the South West Hampshire Greenbelt. Indeed, as set out in the submitted LVIA and corroborated by the Council's landscape officer, impacts on the national park are predicted to result in a moderate minor beneficial effect upon maturation of the landscape proposals. Subject to suitable conditions, the scheme will be acceptable in terms of ecology, flood risk, drainage, trees, landscaping and access. As confirmed by the Council's ecologist, the proposals would result in a net gain for biodiversity. As required by Condition 2, before development commences, a scheme of detailed hard and soft landscaping plans will be submitted for approval. The plans will provide a schedule and specification for new tree planting, footpaths, drainage features and interpretation boards, all to be agreed in concert with the Council's technical officers. I would kindly ask that the committee follow the officer's recommendation in voting to approve this application in order that the change of use can be enacted for the benefit of current and future residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mary Debuse, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The applicant has indicated to us that this land is not needed to fulfil their ANRG needs for application 21-11723. It represents a buffer for unforeseen circumstances. We fail to understand the need for such a buffer and fear that this may mean that the detailed application for phase 2 will be brought forward with a higher number of houses than currently specified. We see no reason why the application needs to be approved at this time if it is not required for the current application 21-11723. Further, the NFMPA, the NFDC Landscape Officer and the Planning Officer all note that this application is not in accord with Local Plan Policy ENV1 paragraph 411A, since it is not within the main site. However, the Planning Officer uses paragraph 5.23 as justification for having a site close by but not within the main site. The proposed access is impractical. It is nowhere near the main site if you look at where you need to walk. This is contrived again. Finally, the Planning Officer also refutes the NFMPA assertion that access from the land to the Castleman Trail will increase the use of the national park, not act as mitigation. This shows very little understanding of how the Castleman Trail is used or how it would be reached from the proposed new development. Indeed, crossing the bridge shown in those pictures takes you directly into National Park. Local knowledge confirms the NFMPA assertion, and as such, this site does not represent mitigation or relief of use of the National Park. We therefore urge you to refuse the application, or at least defer it until the detail of phase 2 comes forward, when it might then be needed rather than being a buffer.
Thank you. Members, questions, please, to officers or speakers. Councillor Wade.
I've got a question for our officers. I just might clarify that point. This is excess amenity space to what they require. But if we were to grant this now, when phase 2 comes in, could they then utilise this space to meet their open space requirements for that phase?
We've now got a resolution to grant for the main application for 443 units on the main site. As set out in the report, that site consumes its own smoke in terms of public open space, including the ANRG. So they don't need this parcel of land to address the ANRG. It's close, there's not much in it, but they have enough ANRG on the main site. This site is additional public open space adjacent to the Castleman Trail. And my thinking here, frankly, is that there's a bit of extra public open space, which is closely related, both the Castleman Trail and the other pieces of public open space within this application, or the previous application, I'd say, and the Linden scheme. So if you were to look at one of the plans here, you can see on that plan, the open space up the top is the Linden scheme. And you're going to have public open space within both West Nicholson scheme and potentially as well within Hampshire County Council scheme, if that were to come forward in due course. And this scheme is additional to that. And when I've walked it, between the two, it takes 3 or 4 minutes to walk from the edge of this particular open space across Crow Lane into the Linden scheme. And then hence, you've got the connections I outlined, including the existing public right-of-way.
But hypothetically, when these other schemes come along, because this exists, they could increase the density of the building and not have as much, or if any, open space in their development, so they could actually build more houses.
No, because we've got a resolution to grant for 443. It wouldn't be increased from that. It may come to pass if Hampshire County Council were to develop their residual area, and we're in a position where this has been granted. They could seek to use this as ANRG, but that's, as I mentioned earlier, that's part, we mustn't forget that the local plan policy states there's a minimum of 480. Minimum, yeah, at least, I think is the wording in the policy, at least 480. So we've got 443 on the table today, so there's at least 40 odd additional to that. And as we know from experience from other strategic sites, it could be over the minimum in the threshold in reality. So yes, it is. We see this as additional public open space in reasonable proximity to existing and proposed public open space.
Any more questions? Councillor Sleep.
Thank you. If I could ask the officer to go back to, I think it was slide 70. My concern about this open space is it usable open space? One of your pictures showed the pasture land there absolutely flooded. And I just wondered on that shot there, has that got a drainage gully in it? Go back to 70 again, please. Yeah, between 6 and 10, is that a drainage basin that you've got shown in there? Yes. It's not on the other pictures, it's not on the other plan. So that's built in because of the flooding potential there that we've got.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, because I recall now, actually, earlier on this year, we did have that discussion with the applicants. We acknowledged that Crow Lane does flood. I've been driving down Crow Lane for 35 years, and I know it does flood periodically in every rainfall. So we thought what we didn't want a situation where that was exacerbated by any runoff from here. Notwithstanding that, of course, there's no built development here. It will remain open space, but there is a drainage basin proposed within that at that end of the public open space.
Okay, thank you. So we've got a frogs fawn area for the kids then.
Councillor Brown.
You mentioned that it takes 3 to 4 minutes to get from the edge over into that new piece of land. Do you know how long it takes to actually get from where the houses are over there? Is it a long walk, a short walk?
Well, you can do that now if you use the existing public right of way. So it took about 5 or 6 minutes. And the public right of way is in the eastern part. I'm not sure if you were in the meeting at the time, but I mentioned earlier, there's an existing public right of way within the allocation site. You can just, let me find a suitable plan. Okay, there, that one. Just to the east of the smaller residential parcel in that plan within the main application site is an existing public right of way, and you can walk from Moortown Lane northwards up to Crow Arch Lane. The point opposite on Crow Arch Lane, there's an access into the Linden Homes public open space. So it would take you about 5 or 6 minutes to walk up that public open space into the Linden scheme and then across Crow Lane.
Any more questions? Then we'll go into debate. Does anybody have anything to say? Councillor Wade.
No one else is going to say something. Chairman, I might as well. Sorry to bore you with the sound of my voice again. I think it's great that a developer's got it altruistic and put excess public open space. That's really good. Don't see many developers do that. Personally, I think this should be deferred until we look at what happens with phase 2, because we need to look at things from a strategic overview rather than making a decision on something that isn't at the moment required on its own. And I have, it's a cynic in me, forgive me, feels that there's going to be a reason why this is being done. And it's probably to increase the density over both those sites. Right? And the fair way to deal with this is to defer it to the rest of the sites come through. Then we can look at it holistically and look at how that interplays with everything else that's going on. That to me would be the logical way to deal with this, rather than to take this decision now in absentia with the build, with when the other sites have yet to be developed.
Chairman, maybe I can try and help. You've heard from your case officer and you've heard from the applicant that this will provide additional ANRG over and above that of, we're calling it the main site, but the first item you considered already this morning. And your case officer just made the point that you have resolved to grant planning permission for 443 homes. And the ANRG on that first application is enough on site to deal with those 443 homes. So if they were to come back and change the density or increase the numbers, that's going to be different to what you've resolved to grant planning permission for. So they need to deal with phase 2 in the parameters of what we will grant, you've resolved to grant planning permission for. And to change that will mean we come back with either a new application or it will come back before you and we can consider the merits of that then. My nervousness about deferring it is the timeline to deliver 4, 5, however many 100 homes could be moving some time down the road. So you're always deferring it without knowing how long it's going to take. It could be 5, 10 years down the road before we know exactly what's happening on the main site. You've got a scheme, or you've dealt with a scheme that consumes its own smoke. It's a horrible phrase, but it does. In terms of ANRG for 443 homes, this is additional over and above that. Your case officer has set out in his report, I'm looking at pages specifically 178, 179, how there are references in your local plan to how open space can be provided that's in proximity to an allocation rather than directly adjacent to, and it's something that's additional over and above that for the housing site on the allocation. Now, if the county council come forward with their land, you have to consider that on its merits at the time, and you've got a hierarchy in your local plan that seeks to provide ANRG on site. So we would start off in that position with the county. I don't see that as a reason to perhaps suggest we should defer the item.
Can I just come back, please?
Okay.
But it is conceivable the developer could come back with a new plan to put higher density of housing on that. That's not beyond the wit and the wherefore of anybody. So in that case, then it could be referred to because it's been built. And the point about delaying it, well, it's been used as agricultural land, and surely use of land for agricultural reasons is a positive. That we need agricultural land now. We don't necessarily need this now because it's excess. So it could be deferred and the land utilised for growing food, which is a very positive. So I take on board the officer's point, and it's a very good report as well by the officers that did it. But I think there's a value judgment here, and I think we have to make a value judgment on this, whether it's now or later.
Councillor, I'm not minded to defer this. I am not going to defer this. Well, let's go and see what everybody else has to say. Councillor Sleep.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to reiterate what the officers have said. It came to my mind that we've been presented with a parcel of open space, open land, that looks like it's good for for use. And as far as I'm concerned, I would take it now. And if there's any concerns in the future, we can fight that at that particular time. This is something we don't normally get, and I'm grateful for it personally. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
I just wondered at what number of houses would they not, whatever it is with the smoke, and need to have more land?
I don't know if that's relevant, but
Without going back into the item you've already considered, as I said, the first item, you've resolved to grant permission for the 443 homes with enough ANRG on site. It is in Appendix 1. I remember having sight of it without wanting to take time to pull it up. And your case officer said it's very close. So if there's a change to the first item and numbers go up, then they will have to review their ANRG provision. It is very much on the margins in terms of what they're provided.
I think we're all just slightly worried because we know that these have come back as outline plans in the past and come back with 100 more homes. That's what's in the back of our minds, I would imagine.
right. As I say, we can't speculate. We can't vote on speculation. Does anybody else have anything to say? Right, we have, in that case, I need a proposer. The recommendation is to grant. Is there anybody that's going to propose this? Councillor Sleep. And can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Hartman. I'll come back to the applicant. You have 1 minute to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we have a resolution to grant for 443 dwellings, which requires us to deliver 9.53 hectares of ANRG. There's 9.55 on the main site, so we are in excess by 0.02 of a hectare, which, albeit acceptable, is fairly fine margins for a site this size. So the aspirations of the client or the intentions of the client here are completely transparent. That additional land is to safeguard the delivery. So should phase 2 come forward and require a slightly bigger drainage basin or a slightly realigned highways access that chews into the ANRG provision in such a way that would then inhibit them delivering 443, we have the additional land.
Thank you. Councillor Mary DeBooz, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. I would just like to reiterate my second point that I made, which is that both the Town Council and the National Parks Authority do not believe that the location of that ANRG will actually relieve use of the national park, which is actually the purpose of having ANRG. It is right next to it. People have to access it via the Castleman Trail, so they will go along the Castleman Trail. They will then go further along the Castleman Trail, and they are in the national park. It's right on the boundary, so it does not relieve or mitigate the use of the national park.
Thank you. We'll now go to the vote. The recommendation is to grant to the service manager. That's been proposed by Councillor Sleep, seconded by Councillor Hartman. All of those in favour, please raise your hands.
Five, six,
seven. Those against? 4. That has been granted. Oh, 1 abstention, I believe. 1 abstention. So that's been granted. I'd just like to thank everybody again, our own officers, the town council officers and the applicant for the amount of work that's been put into this application. Thank you all very much. And I believe the decision for the New Forest District Council is the right one. Thank you. Members, if you'd like a break, could you please come back to the chambers by 15:15? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll continue with the next agenda item 3C, which is 22/10219. Outline planning permission, SS1, land north of Cooks Lane, Tottenham. You'll find this on page 195 of the agenda. Yeah, did we have interest? Yeah. 3, I think. Cresswell, Penny and Sleep. We do have speakers for this. Mr. Gary Humphreys, Paul Andrews and Lindsay Templeman. You have 3 minutes between you. Have you decided how you're going to do that? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead with the presentation then. James Gilfillan, would you like to go ahead with that?
Good morning, councillors. This application is an outline application for the principal of up to 196 residential dwellings and associated recreational open space. Proposals for access to the site are provided in detail. However, appearance, landscape, layout and scale are reserved for future applications. And this application is brought before the Planning Committee because it relates to one of the council's strategic development sites. The site outlined in red is north of Cook's Lane, runs across there, adjacent to the existing residential edge of the Calmore area of Totton. There is a single residential property on the site proposed to be retained as part of the proposals. Turning to local context, as I say, located to the north of the existing urban area, it abuts Cook's Lane to the south, Salisbury Road to the east, and Paulette's Lane to the west. It's close to the new Oldie under construction on Salisbury Road, Totton Football Ground, and the commercial estate. Calmore Local Centre is located just to the south of the site, just on the edge of this plan. The schools that are also located within that local centre, and the national park boundary runs along the A326 Totton Road to the west of the site. This shows the landscape of the site at present, a relatively mature landscape, trees and the bog plantation and area of woodland in the centre of the site. Whilst appearing as open countryside, it falls within the built-up area as identified by the proposals map accompanying your local plan. The site falls, as I described, within one of your strategic sites. That's SS1, land to the north of Totton. The policy seeks to deliver a mixed-use development of at least 1,000 homes, a commercial core and 5 hectares of employment land. Community focal point, and seeks to secure that contributions to education provision are made or include land up to approximately 2 hectares to be reserved for a primary school. It also seeks to secure the on-site provision of formal public open space. Whilst the site currently has a rural character, permission has already been granted for housing north of Salisbury Road, along Hill Street and Lockerwood, and under consideration for employment development. As such, the character of the area is evolving as the policy is delivered. The red line shows the outline of the application site overlaid on the concept master plan for the strategic site. This shows that when preparing the local plan, the land subject to the application was considered appropriate for the principle of land uses proposed. So there you can see the entire concept master plan for SS1, and then on the right-hand side, overlaid to that is the red line application site. The brown colour being the area for development, and the various greens being the different sort of potential use of land for public open space, alternative natural recreation, or in the case of the central area here, the dense area of trees known as the bog plantation. It also demonstrates which of the site's specific requirements would fall to be delivered by this application. An indicative access, the red line shown on this plan, is located in that sort of region, was considered to be appropriate from Cook's Lane. Further out policy aspirations such as a new north-south road linking the A326 junction and A36 junction with Lopperwood. An aspiration of the policy is located on the western portion of the wider SS1 allocation. The heart of the neighbourhood, the potential reservation of land for the school, is also indicatively shown to be on other parcels of land within the SS1 allocation. And the employment land that I described, we have the current planning application for, is located in the northwest corner. So those policy requirements are not required to be delivered by this application, and to some extent they are beyond the red line of the application site, so not within the gift of the applicant to deliver in any event. So that's setting some of the policy context for the application and the proposals before you. Turning to look at the site in real life, for those of you who may not have visited that part of the district recently, looking at Cook's Lane, photo of one of the proposed access locations and looking north into the application site. So Cook's Lane running left to right on that top photo and disappearing into the distance. You can see the existing residential properties within Calmore that are closely abut the application site, and then get a sense of the open fields and the tree lines in the distance on that bottom left-hand corner photo. A view into the site from Cook's Lane. There again you can see the open field and the mature landscape in the distance, and one of the residential properties on Cook's Lane there on the edge of the photo. Moving along Paulette's Lane, the dense area of woodland known as bog plantation is there in the background, and another open area of grassland in front of it, giving you a sense of the existing character. And some other residential properties on the edge of the photo there, access from Paulette's Lane. And then finally, from the northwest corner of the application site, another view from Paulette's Lane looking into the application site, and again, the mature trees around the edges of fields and the open land in the centre that is allocated for development. So the proposed scheme before us is an outline application proposing the use of the land for up to 196 dwellings. It proposes 5.3 hectares of alternative natural recreation green space, the ANREG. You'll be familiar with the need for providing that from other proposals and applications you've seen on this scale that's required for mitigating the impact of additional residential development on the national park, protected habitats and sensitive locations within the New Forest National Park. It proposes 1.8 hectares of public open space, a mixture of informal public open space, formal open space, and of course equipped children's play areas. Those two, the amount of land being provided for those two forms of open space is in excess of what is required for 196 dwellings. This application proposes detailed designs for accesses from Cook's Lane and Paulette's Lane, and dedicated accesses for pedestrians and cyclists from Salisbury Road, Cook's Lane and Paulette's Lane. So those are the detailed elements that support those principles. As I described in opening, reserved matters for future application are the appearance, landscape, layout and scale of the development. So that's what the buildings will look like, detailed landscape design, layout and species, the arrangement of buildings and routes across the site, interacting with each other and the parcels of development, and then the height, width and length of the buildings, the individual homes, the individual dwellings themselves. So here I have a comparison between the proposed scheme on the right-hand side and the local plan concept master plan on the left. The light brown colour indicates the areas of proposed development. There is a high degree of consistency between the area proposed for development, between the concept master plan and the application before you today. It's broadly proposing 3 areas for development. A large area on the east side, and then 2 smaller parcels on the west from along Paulette's Lane. The green colours show the provision of public open space and ANRG, including retention of the bog plantation and other lines of significant trees. The site falls within the existing built-up area. It proposes a mix of housing, including 35% affordable housing, according with strategic policies of the local plan. The principle of the development is therefore considered to be entirely acceptable. The principles are supported by, alongside the principles of the proposal, a number of parameter plans are, I'm skipping ahead. Proposed accesses plans. So the detailed element of the application, in addition to those principles, are the accesses to the site from the existing public highway. 3 accesses for all modes of travel are proposed from Cooks Lane, opposite Buckler Gardens, as indicated on the local plan concept master plan, and 2 from Paulette's Lane, so 1 towards the south and 1 towards the north of the application site. There will also be 3 non-vehicular accesses to contribute to accessibility for pedestrians and cyclists. 1 from Salisbury Road, close to the new pedestrian refuge crossing on Salisbury Road being delivered by the Oldie development. There will also link to the enhanced access for cyclists along Salisbury Road being delivered by the Blore Homes residential development. An access from the cul-de-sac section of Cooks Lane and 1 from Paulette's Lane will contribute to opportunities for permeability. So looking at those in detail, a Belmouth junction with Cooks Lane will be formed to the largest of the development parcels. Pavements, crossing points and alterations to Buckland Garden Junction would improve access and safety, and sufficient visibility displays are achieved. So that's where, in that photo, standing in Buckland Gardens with the junction directly in front of us, looking across to the position for the proposed access. The southern parcel on Paulette's Lane, there will be an access to the smaller development parcel. Removal of vegetation is required for the access. However, the grass verge and rural character can be retained, despite the loss of landscape. So in terms of setting, you can see just there on this survey plan, this design, the access that is here to one of the existing residential properties, and the proposal will be not directly opposite, but slightly further along Paulette's Lane, broadly in that location. Turning to the second access on Paulette's Lane towards the north, there's a very similar scale of access size to serve another one of the smaller residential parcels that's capable of preserving the character and accommodating the development safely. Hampshire County Highways officers are content that the design ensures safe access to the site can be achieved. In addition, they have no concerns that the existing highway infrastructure won't be able to accommodate the additional vehicle movements that are generated by the development. That includes additional vehicles along Paulette's Lane and, of course, along Cooks Lane into Totton and other locations. Turning to the non-vehicular accesses from the existing public highway. In order to support pedestrians and cyclists, secure permeability and encourage active travel, 3 non-vehicular accesses will be formed. In the southeast corner, onto the cul-de-sac section of Cooks Lane. So that's coming out onto Cooks Lane there. Onto Salisbury Road, where the existing residential access is located. So that's coming out onto Salisbury Road, close to the access into the Oldie and Totton football ground site, where the new pedestrian crossing is being installed, potentially any day now, I think. And then a third access onto Paulet's Lane for pedestrians and cyclists will be introduced close to the location of the existing community centre, which is that building there, and would seek to provide an access across Paulet's Lane, potentially, as you can see from the concept master plan, to another area of public open space that's identified or suggested by the concept master plan, where additional routes are also considered appropriate by that concept master plan. The latter two, so the access from Salisbury Road and this access on the screen before you, will provide the framework for an east-west route across the strategic site, as is advocated by the strategic site policy. The location of these access points will contribute positively to supporting use of sustainable forms of travel with the associated health and air quality benefits. Off-site improvements to pedestrian and cycling routes to the local centre, schools and town centre will further enhance the safety and accessibility for non-motorised modes of travel and will be secured by Section 106 agreement. So, as I briefly alluded to earlier, the principles that are proposed today and those details on the access are supported by a number of parameter plans. The first of which is the access parameter plan and builds on the accesses that I've just been describing. This sets out how those points of access can be connected within the development site, and also opportunities could be taken to access adjoining development sites also within the strategic allocation, most notably where the boundary to the north and this element of side boundary abuts potential further development parcels that may come forward in the future. And therefore, whilst the opportunity can be indicatively shown, it can't be secured or confirmed at this stage in the absence of having proposals on that land. However, the indicative plans shown here suggest and demonstrate how a degree of permeability can be secured using the access points that are being proposed. This plan gives an indicative approach to the primary roads entering the sites from those points of access, with secondary roads serving residential areas. Similarly, how routes for pedestrians and cyclists can extend throughout the site and connect to non-vehicular points of access. It demonstrates how permeability for pedestrians and cyclists could be achieved into the adjoining land. At this outline stage, these are shown indicatively and would be subject to assessment by planning applications for the detailed design of the layout and landscape of the site in the future. However, they give a good indication of the permeability that could be achieved, especially providing an off-road route east-west link that I described earlier and is an aspiration of the local plan. Built Framework Parameter Plan shows the extent of the area for the proposed residential development. It sets a range of densities and building heights, providing a positive response to the different character of Paulet's Lane and existing residential neighbours, with lower densities and building heights. A central core would have a higher density and storey heights, considered appropriate where it adjoins open space and doesn't sit alongside existing residential context. This area is likely to deliver smaller units and flats, contributing positively to achieving the number of dwellings required to achieve policy targets, but also meet housing need and provide a choice in the marketplace. So the orange area there, as I say, central area adjacent to open space, has a higher density and potential higher storey heights. The majority of the site will have densities akin to those in the area and storey heights, building heights, also akin to those in that part of Totton. However, recognising the lower density and lower scale of development along Paulet's Lane, its more rural character, the two parcels of development that would be accessed from Paulet's Lane will have lower densities, more spacious character, and lower storey heights. One further area of lower density and lower storey heights has been included where the development abuts existing residential properties on Cooks Lane to ensure a more appropriate transition from that existing character into the more intense nature of a residential scheme of this nature. Cross sections here give an indication of what a 2.5 and 3 storey building in that core would look like. Reserve Matters applications will provide details of the layout, appearance and size of the dwellings within these density and height parameters, at which point the relationship with the amenity of neighbours would be considered and be entirely within our gift to manage and ensure appropriate amenity is achieved for existing residents and those of the proposed development. This parameter plan balances the need to deliver homes with the constraints around the site making efficient use of the land, an important aspect of making best use of land that's identified for development. Landscape and drainage parameter plan. This demonstrates how the important landscape features can be retained and space provided for sufficient ANRG and public open space can be provided. It demonstrates that dimensional requirements of the ANRG can be achieved. You'll be familiar with us describing the size and space of the ANRG in order to make it a useful and successful alternative to open spaces within the national park. Well, that's where you can see some of these dotted lines showing the radius of larger spaces and the interaction between them. Demonstrates that the ANRG can perform to the requirements. It's important to acknowledge that the bog plantation, the dense woodland of trees, is being relied on as ANRG. Arboricultural, ecological and environmental design consultees have raised concerns regarding the provision of access through the woodland, which is shown indicatively on these plans as options to demonstrate how permeability can be achieved. However, at this time, no such proposals are before the council. So we do not have those detailed proposals. Those routes are not set before us, but are merely indicative to demonstrate what could be achieved. However, it is considered that providing a route would be entirely appropriate for the permeability benefits and is a consequence of the allocation of the land for development. Ultimately, there's no vehicular access suggested between the development parcels, and these would be footpaths, cycleways, that allow pedestrians and cyclists to link between the development areas and, of course, navigate through to other parts of the wider allocation, and for residents in the other parts of the allocation to access sites such as the Oldie site, the Totton football ground, the employment opportunities in that area, and ultimately the Calmore local centre and schools to the south. So making use of the route of the land to provide routes is an important aspect. However, we don't have a precise route before us, and that will be reviewed should it be proposed as part of Reserve Matters applications. However, in addition, it is considered that routes through the woodland would make a positive contribution to the experience and environment of the ANRG, providing it with an attractive setting and attractive routes for largely dog walkers who are trying to be supported through the provision of the ANRG, and one of the key elements of trying to divert pressure away from the protected habitats in the New Forest. So we believe that allowing routes through there would make a positive contribution to the provision of ANRG within the allocation. Concerns were also raised about the potential proximity of dwellings to the woodland areas. These cross-sections demonstrate how adequate separation could be achieved. So you can see there, standoffs could be achieved to separate buildings from the trees, this being the bog plantation area, and this is an illustrative suggestion of how the buildings can be designed to be separated from that to avoid any direct impact of construction or residential properties on those trees. In order to maintain existing surface water runoff rates, attenuation basins would be provided. Being part of the landscape that can be designed to allow use during dry periods and being part of the landscape designed to appear as landscape features rather than engineered solutions. The network of ditches already on the site will be expanded to better deal with surface water drainage and deal with the drainage of the site to the extent required for the development that's proposed. These parameter plans will provide an acceptable base for the detailed designs to follow. Conditions will require adherence with their principles. And as Mr. Thane explained to you on the previous application, these have been drawn out and separated from the detailed proposals and plans for the accesses in your conditions to ensure that the degree of compliance can be secured and the designs for reserve matters can refer to these parameters in an appropriate manner. There are some further development management issues that need to be addressed in addition to those principles and parameters. First being heritage. There are 2 listed buildings close to the site, Little Testwood House beyond the allocation on the other side of Salisbury Road and Broadmoor Cottage within the allocation, both of which are Grade 2 listed buildings. It is considered that the layout, location and nature of the scheme would preserve their setting, their historic significance and fabric. In accordance with Section 66 of the Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act, their significance will be preserved and no further mitigation or alterations are required to ensure that. Trees. There are in excess of 98 trees across the site, excluding the bog plantation. So in terms of the extent of tree coverage, it's a heavily treed site, but as you saw from the photos, there are large open areas within the confines of those trees. So in addition to those 98 trees, the bog plantation is being retained. Only one of the trees will be removed to facilitate the development. One of the important trees, a category B oak tree, needs to be removed to allow access to the southern parcel of Paulet's Lane, which is that tree in the centre of the photo. The arboricultural officer does not object due to the wider benefits of the scheme and a layout that provides space for tree planting in the site and the presence of other oak trees immediately either side. So you can see that line of trees, that landscape edge to Paulet's Lane. Removal of the one tree is not considered to undermine that character and that appearance and the scheme, and is not such a constraint that would weigh against the scheme in your considerations. Surface water management. There are areas of the site subject to surface water flooding, most notably in the north corner where existing ditches overflow, allowing water to flow across the existing field. The drainage and flood risk has been factored into the design and the built development framework. The modelling and approach to this has been subject to very extensive assessment, scrutiny and sensitivity testing by the Environment Agency and Hampshire County drainage officers, neither of whom have outstanding concerns or object to the proposals. The principle of the drainage strategy can deal with the existing identified surface water flood risk and the surface water runoff of the scheme without increasing flood risk downstream. And there are no technical reasons to resist the development on those on that basis. So in summary, the outline application proposes the use of land for up to 196 dwellings, 5.3 hectares of alternative natural recreational green space in excess of what is required to serve 196 dwellings. It also proposes 1.8 hectares of public open space, also in excess of what's required for 196 dwellings. It proposes, and you are considering today, detailed proposals for the 3 vehicular accesses from Cooks Lane and Paulet's Lane, and dedicated accesses for pedestrians and cyclists from Salisbury Road, Cooks Lane and Paulet's Lane. And I reiterate, the appearance of the scheme, its detailed landscape design, detailed layout and scale are reserved for future applications. The development is in accordance with your New Forest local plan. Mitigation for the effects of the development on protected New Forest and solar habitats can be secured by way of the ANRG being provided on site and Section 106 contributions. The scheme has economic, environmental and social benefits delivering sustainable development. It will generate employment during construction. It delivers development close to the existing urban area and all the services and facilities that can provide, and social benefits of providing 196 homes, 35% of which will be affordable in the 70-30 split to rental and shared ownership tenures. And there are no other material considerations or significant impacts that demonstrably outweigh those benefits. Therefore, the recommendation, in addition to the minor revisions included in your update sheet, is that delegated authority be given to the service manager to grant permission subject to completion of the Section 106 and the conditions as per your report. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for a very comprehensive report. We'll now go to the speakers. Adam Bennett, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. I have the pleasure of speaking in support of the development after many, many months of positive and proactive engagement between officers, technical consultees and the applicant's project team, resulting in what we consider as a well-considered and technically justified development. The development proposal has been shaped around a detailed understanding of the technical constraints and opportunities of this site and the specific issues that needed to be addressed to enable a permeable and accessible pattern of development that will meet housing needs of the local market, delivering a significant quantum of affordable housing alongside market housing in a sustainable manner. The application is made in outline with only that detailed matter of access before you for approval. But notwithstanding this, as you've seen, the applicant has prepared an indicative master plan, scale and built framework plans, landscape parameter plans, all of which demonstrate conclusively that the development is deliverable in a manner that meets the expectations and policy requirements of the plan. As your officers have confirmed, the principles established at this outline stage provide a positive response to the context of the site, the need to deliver homes and contribute towards the successful implementation of the policy and the plan itself. The development balances the expectations of housing delivery on the site with response to local character, providing higher density development within the core of the site and lower density parcels along Paulette's Lane, which respect its more rural character. The response to Paulette's Lane has been carefully considered. Accesses are kept to a minimum, with only 2 multimodal points of access and 1 dedicated pedestrian access suggested. Extensive over detailed engagement has been had with the Highways Authority regarding opportunities of the lane and the design of the parcels that are accessed from Paulette's Lane to ensure that appropriate visibility is provided and highway safety preserved. HCC don't consider that traffic calming measures are justified. They consider that the new development and all of the movements associated with it can be accommodated with no harm to the highway network. Significant time and expense has been put into addressing the hydrological context of the site and to demonstrate conclusively there'll be no increase in flood risk on or off of the site and that the development will be flood resilient across its lifetime. This has included specific modelling and extensive engagement with the Environment Agency and detailed risk modelling demonstrating flood resilience in all exceptional flooding events, including allowing for the 40% uplift for climate change. The site is in Flood Zone 1. It is outside of all areas at risk of flooding under current and future scenarios, but it is clearly subject of surface water flooding as a result of overland flows that generally come from the west, and indeed, the site already has an extensive network of drainage ditches. These ditches are to be upgraded in size and capacity, and alongside this, a new network of features, as you've seen, are designed to manage surface water flows that enter the land and will also result from the new impermeable areas of the development. This includes the new water meadow feature at the northern edge, attenuation basins, upgraded ditches and bunds which will manage surface water flows. These new features will generate significant additional storage capacity and alleviate surface water flooding issues off-site. Indeed, the Environment Agency have confirmed the scheme manages the identified flood risk to protect the development and existing residents and avoids flooding downstream. The development will deliver 196 new homes, including 69 affordable homes, for which there's a substantial need. There are no technical objections. I ask that you vote in support of this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we have Mr. Humphreys, Mr. Andrews and Mrs. Templeman. 3 minutes between you. Thank you.
Hi, I live in Rose Bungalow next to Area 4. Flooding is my main concern. The 100-year predictions in your documents happened in October and February this year. How are you going to manage the water? Surely it makes sense to contact the residents as to how this works. I have worked in construction sites and spoilers always placed in a non-build areas, i.e. the floodplain. Can I be assured that the build will always maintain a clear route for the water? The bog woodland is such a sensitive area, putting a path through will ruin it. Dead trees should be left for the bats and the bugs, not felled because there's an overhanging branch. The housing shouldn't overlook properties. Why is there in the plan, I know it's an outline plan, a 2-storey house behind our property when other properties have chalet bungalows? Thank you.
Parcel 4 is the main flood risk and lacks clarity on the design. This is only due in reserved matters causing concern this could materially affect the proposal. New ditches adjacent to properties are undefined ownership, maintenance and liability. We would not take any of these. Please consider the model data missing for the impact of properties already existing and imposing stagnant water next to them. Notwithstanding prejudice for future developments, the reliance on potential relief road and access plans is speculative. As residents, we recognise the dangerous nature of the narrow Paulette's Lane, having to stand on grass verges when traffic's coming. An increase to the traffic volume and widths of vehicles is no guarantee for the future. And as noted from Mr. Bennett's report yesterday or Monday, there's no significant harm expected.
This proposed large high-density area of development stretches all along the right and rear of our plot, with our house being close to the back boundary. There is a large room at the back with a glass roof, clear bifold doors, which is in constant use by all our family. Despite having relatively few existing adjacent houses to consider, the applicant has put the backs of 16 semi-detached houses stretching across and adjacent to our back boundary, with only a ditch dug between us. This contravenes every unacceptable effect outlined in the Council's own ENV3 policy. Those families could look directly into all of our back garden, family room, bedroom and ensuite, which has large clear windows. It would be like living in a goldfish bowl. Imagine the noise level of all 16 families using their back gardens adjacent to ours in summer. It would be intolerable. Tottenham Town Council asked the developer to remove those houses, but this has been ignored. Please support them in this.
Thank you very much. Members will now have questions either to the speakers or to the officers. Councillor Penny.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the officers. There's been a lot said about the drainage of this site, which quite clearly does flood at present time when it rains. With all the new drains that are going to be implemented and the basins, how far forward did the investigations go? Because obviously with the threat of global warming, it's going to increase over the years. So when the applicant said they built in more bigger drainage, is it going to be big enough for the next 10 years?
Oh,
Thank
very
you.
much. The requirements for future-proofing or assessing climate change are quite significant, and as Mr. Bennett referred to, the 40% uplift, which builds in an element of what's referred to as urban creep, whereby people put patios in their back gardens or hard surface front gardens to provide additional parking, or build extensions. Any of those scenarios, and also the climate change predictions are built in, factored in to that 40% uplift from today's rates. So it's very much accommodated future growth or change, increase in rainfall.
Thank you.
Councillor Sleep.
Back to the officer. So you can actually sit there and say to us that without data in your mind, the calculations they've made won't actually see a situation where I've just driven months ago through over a foot depth of water at Dame Paulette's Lane to actually get through from the pond area there. the judgments made are saying that they can now, if this gets done, we'll actually have an improvement to the flooding in the area.
I expect you'll have an improvement. I couldn't give you any guarantee personally that there will not be water on Paulette's Lane because of what goes on to the west that allows the water to flow to Paulette's Lane won't continue to occur. But what I can say is that the effect of or the flood risk and the effect of the development on that will not cause flooding to the existing residents from the site or the residents of the scheme. And as the scheme has been given a clean bill of health by the Environment Agency, who, as Mr Bennett and myself described, have undertaken a huge amount of scrutiny of the applicant's proposals and the modelling that they have undertaken, and confirmed that none of the development parcels are in areas at risk of flooding.
Was that it? Okay.
Can I just ask another
Okay.
one? I find this amusing, really, that we're actually looking at this consideration with site access when normally we have to ignore the roads that exist that are useless for the traffic that people talk about for these new developments. And they were looking at the entrances in and out of the site on Paulette's Lane, and I do recognise that they've changed from the first passes that were presented to Tottenham Council. For instance, there's a cycleway coming out by the old Green Chapel that's standing on Paulette's Lane. But we've got a situation where these roads are totally useless. We've got the same situation at Hill Street, but now we're actually looking to agree an agreement to actually allow the access in and out of this site before we actually see the housing on it. It just seems, it's an odd thing to me. Is that a normal situation on this procedure?
Very much so. It's very much a normal approach, a common approach, I should say. We've got a degree of control over the numbers of dwellings based on the density parameters that have been proposed. That will ultimately limit the absolute number of dwellings that could be provided in those parcels. But what I can say is that the Hampshire County Highways officers have, again, as with the Environment Agency, we spent a long time discussing the safety and the volumes of traffic that will move along Paulette's Lane, given its constrained nature and the widths of it. And they're content that this wouldn't prejudice highway safety. And as Mr Bennett alluded to, that traffic calming is inappropriate and unnecessary.
Did you want one more question?
Yes, please, just one more. Regarding the development and the shape of the housing along Cook's Lane, there's been a lot of history on this. I mean, I think Mrs Templeman was talking about round her plot. There was 3-storey houses being put round there. It was like looks like a park view from all these other houses looking down into a garden. Why is it that you're looking at such a density of 1 to 2.5-storey houses along there? On the other developments we get here, we quite often get a soft approach on existing housing and we put bungalows or something in. But this seems to be high pressure right onto Cook's Lane, which is obviously causing a great deal of concern with the local residents.
Well, obviously Cook's Lane has a certain character and style of housing on it already. But what I'm highlighting there, the purple area, is the area that wraps around that corner. Mrs Templeman's property is the one on the edge, the corner there, obviously set quite far back in its plot, hence it being that bit closer than some of the immediate neighbours. So this area is a lower density area, 20 to 25 dwellings per hectare, as opposed to the 30 to 40 of the red, and lower heights, 1.5 to 2 stories, so more traditional residential scales in close proximity to her property. But what, of course, we don't have, and we will be entirely able to control, is ensuring that the relationships that come forward there are acceptable. We don't have, she alluded to, I forget the number now, a large number of residential properties with a large number of windows looking into her back garden. We have none of that before us. We cannot raise concerns, but it's entirely within our gift. In the future, when we receive applications for the reserve matters that will provide those details, we will be able to assess the relationship with the amenity of all the residents along there and the others who back onto the application site, and ensure that reasonable separation distances, garden spaces, outlook and prevent shading occurs.
Councillor Purcell.
Two questions. One is timing, really. It says on page 220 about the fact that the council will not permit unless accordance with sequential and exceptional tests for the drainage. Are you saying that all these tests that everybody's already talking about have filled that need, that the council is now very happy with all those responses?
I mean, yes, we are happy with the responses. The Environment Agency, as I say, are giving it a clean bill of health. Oh, okay. You're talking about policy CC1,
Yeah.
the first paragraph on section E.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean that's just confirming the approach of the local plan and the policy that deals with flooding and flood risk within the local plan, which identifies that we wouldn't permit development to occur in flood zones unless it had been demonstrated they have met the sequential and exceptions tests, which are the precise tests, rules that you need to apply if you are presented with development in a flood zone. And what we have here is, what we don't have here is development in fluvial flood zones or coastal flood zones.
So they haven't had to go through?
No.
Right. Second question, has the agent been in contact with the local people? Have you had meetings or discussions?
I have not personally. I can't say that I have, so no. I know that the land promoter has had some contact. I can't swear whether it's with all of these parties behind me, but I know that they have spoken to some local people in the area. There was also some consultation that was undertaken. We've met with the parish councils, we've attended meetings, so we've done what's required of us under that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Richards.
The bog plantation, I was just wondering, does it have any particular wildlife designations? Or I'm assuming it's not ancient woodland called a plantation, but who knows?
No, it's not designated as a SSI or SPA or even a SINC, SINC, but clearly it's going to have some ecological benefits, features, and arboricultural benefits and features. And we're quite clear that when I described that we're not permitting those routes, what hasn't been undertaken are detailed surveys of that area to identify whether whether and where and how a route could navigate through those spaces, that space, which would ultimately determine the most appropriate route once it's been possible to survey and analyse, are any of the trees sacrificial or what spaces are there between the trees already and how might you design a route to navigate through that area.
Are there any more questions? Okay, Councillor Riley.
Is there two entrances in Paulet's Lane to this estate, new estate?
That's correct. There are.
And there's one also in Paulet's Lane.
That's correct. Yes.
So obviously we had this problem a few months ago when we spoke about Hill Street. This is a rural road, no pavements. You're going to flood that road with cars. People will use that, and it will be a really busy road. And it's a dangerous road now because a lot of that road's used a lot by Tashbury employees, use that road continually. Now, I am really concerned about the volume of traffic that's going to come out and use Paulet's Lane. And the other question is, these properties, how close are the new development to these properties that the objectives are?
So answering your question about the accesses onto Paulet's Lane, surveys were undertaken to identify current use and through negotiation discussion with Hampshire County Council highways officers, modelling and assessment of that modelling to understand the potential impact of the development on Paulet's Lane by way of vehicle movements has been undertaken. And again, as with the Environment Agency, it's been given a clean bill of health. The Highways Authority could not point to any impact that would be severe on that network that you could rely on as a potential reason for refusal or concern.
What,
And I will also refer you to, I've got the plan here showing on the left of the screen, as described, the red line being the application site. But the concept master plan proposes a number of parcels of residential development along Paulette's Lane. Now, to deliver the allocation, and obviously all the benefits and the importance of doing so, those parcels will require access from Paulette's Lane. The alternative, of course, access is through the bog plantation or across the wider strategic site. Will obviously have more significant implications for the landscape and the trees within the site. So as part of allocating the land, whilst it didn't suggest exactly where the accesses would be taken, there will have to be access from Paulette's Lane to deliver the policy allocation. And then your second question about the proximity of the proposed properties to the existing residents and residential properties. And I will repeat what I said before about assessing the relationship is something we will do when we have the detailed proposals as part of the Reserve Matters applications. There are no proposals on the table. There's nothing for you to assess at present beyond this parameter plan, which suggests elements of density and story heights, which Reserve Matters applications for the design and layout of the scheme will have to adhere to. So whatever we get in respect of Mrs. Templeman's property, it will have to be within the density parameter of 20 to 25 dph and between 1.5 and 2 stories in height. We will then also be able to assess the orientation, the layout, the arrangement, where roads are in order to ensure sufficient separation to preserve amenity, preserve privacy and avoid overshadowing and overlooking. And then that's the same with the residents on Paulette's Lane, and that's an even lower density area. And then those at the bottom there, Paulette's and Cook's Lane. As with any normal application, a full application where you get all those details, and you'll sit in this room later, I'm sure, and be presented with a scheme where you will be assessing those relationships in order to preserve amenity of neighbours. That is what you will do at the point of the Reserve Matters application. And you'll be able to assess the benefits of the scheme against any impact or relationships at that stage.
yeah, just one further question. You showed a picture opposite Tottenham football ground. Is that an exit from the site? Or will that be an exit from the site? Or is that separate?
That is the current access to the existing residential property on the site that will be retained as a residential property. It will be available for that resident as their point of access, vehicular access, as it is existing, but it will also provide a dedicated pedestrian cycle route for the residents of the scheme, but none of the residents of the scheme will be able to drive a vehicle through it. So it will continue to serve the one single property that it does at present, but it will provide access for residents on foot and bicycle.
Councillor Richard.
Just thinking about the traffic on Paulette's Lane and particularly how it's going to affect the existing houses there, because people who live in those houses will want to walk out of their front door and go wherever. Has there been any consideration for making specific routes for them so that they can be kept off road?
Yeah, sorry, that was one of the points I had in my head when Councillor Riley made his comments about the vehicles on there. This application, of course, presents the opportunity for existing residents to navigate through the application site across the fields that they currently can't, to have a safer route from their properties to their destination, should it be convenient. And of course, that will be repeated in the other parcels of development within the SS1 allocation, that there'll be further paths and routes to provide access to other destinations. So we see that as a big plus, a benefit of this scheme, that it's providing more direct access to destinations for existing and proposed residents. Now, I fully accept that their back gardens won't allow them access into those routes, and they may well need to navigate via Paulette's Lane to access the start of that route. But it's significant, it will be a benefit and an improvement, for them. But that's been factored in as well. We recognise the debates that we had with the highways officers at Hampshire County Council about people walking and cycling along Paulette's Lane. It was something we discussed at length with them about the safety of that, the opportunities that the scheme presents, or the concerns that residents have got regarding that. And as I say, the conclusion is that this scheme is acceptable in that respect.
Councillor Wade?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I just want to I'm on this point here. Hampshire County Council modelled the highways impact of this one part, 196 homes. Is that correct?
Well, they didn't do the modelling, the applicant did the modelling, but they analysed
They're
the
doing it on
outcomes
this
of that
one,
and assessed it. But the modelling has to include the entirety of the strategic allocation as best they can.
Oh, that's the question. So when they do the modelling, it's not just on this one part, it's more the impact of the entire strategic plan on the road network.
Well, obviously the scheme needs to assess its own impacts and make sure it's safe. The wider allocation, of course, does include that route coming down from north to south as an aspiration, and schemes that come forward on the west side of the allocation that are obviously going to increase vehicle movements as the wider allocation gets delivered. At some point, somebody will need to deliver that, and obviously those parcels of land will be delivering development that can contribute and provide that route. So at present, there is a degree of modelling based on the full allocation, but there is still a recognition that in the future, another road through north-south, and it's likely to come from the Blaws roundabout and come south towards Lupperwood. We can't say exactly where, the route of it at this stage, but alternative routes will be provided. And at that point, we may review and be in a position to consider whether Paulette's Lane is closed off as a through route, which will obviously change the vehicle movements significantly. But at present, this application can't do that, and therefore that's not on the table at this stage. But the wider allocation could well deliver that.
Are there any more questions? Then we'll go into debate. Councillor Sleep.
Looking at the latest developments from what we actually saw at Tottenham, I'm pleasantly surprised and pleased by the selection of the actual in and outs of the actual development. Paulette's Lane, they both seem to make sense to me, apart from concerns about the flooding at the top. And Cook's Lane, opposite Buckland's Garden, seems a logical place to go in. So I'm pleased about that. And while we've got to have housing, everyone accepts that. It does seem the best option. But going down Paulette's Lane, you can barely get two cars opposite one another. And if you drive down there, there's a foot drop off the tarmac where people have actually lost the side of the road and gone into the ditch effectively. It's not a ditch, it's just the road's not wide enough. It's absolutely not wide enough. And I'd be terrified to see pedestrians going down there now, let alone later on when this development is in full swing. But generally at the moment, we're looking at access, aren't we? And the main development, we're reassured about the flooding. I'm quite happy that that's the best options we've got in the present circumstance. But there's going to be a lot of aggro when we come to the actual housing along those routes to make sure that the residents are being actually listened to about the size of the places that they're facing from their existing plots. Thank you.
Councillor Crizell.
I'd just like to say I hate outline planning permission because it gives you more questions than answers, basically. But having said that, we are where we are. I just wonder sometimes you sit here and over on the leafy side of the forest, if you've got a bend in the road, you can't even build a house because you can't go down the road because there's a bend in it. But if it's in Totton, it's fine. That's all I'll say at the moment.
Councillor Riley.
I'll agree with Councillor Street. I'm very, very worried about Paulette's Lane and the volume of traffic that's going to use that in the future. If you've got going to build 196 houses. That's going to generate a lot of traffic in that area. And I've walked down Pullis Lane many, many times, and it's a very dangerous road. There's no pavements. You've got to walk getting off the road if two vehicles come. And I'm very, very concerned. And the other thing would be is the flooding. I'm concerned about the flooding in where these residents live, because I know the area very, very well, and you get a lot of surface water. And as the climate is changing, the volume of rain we're getting, it is really concerning. And once you've built something, you can't change it, or you'll have great problems changing it. Thank you.
Does anybody else have anything to say? In which case we will need to go to the vote, but I need a proposer. We do have a recommendation here. This is an outline application, and the recommendation is to grant to service manager. Yes, I will come back to you, but I'm just asking, first of all, if we have a proposal. Is anybody going to propose this site? Councillor Dowd, you're proposing. Thank you very much. And do I have a seconder? Nobody wants to say. Councillor Sleep. Thank you. Now I'll come back to the speakers. You have 1 minute. Mr.
Thank
Bennett,
you, Chair.
thank you.
Yeah, just quickly from me. The 3 points of access, obviously, as we've talked about, are entirely independent. There's no permeability between them, as Mr. Gilfillan pointed out, and this is intentional. What we didn't want to do was have roads moving through the site in a way that destroyed the character and the richness of the green space. So, unfortunately, Paulette's Lane, as the policy expected, will see some patterns of access to it. Now, as councillors will also understand that this is part of a much broader puzzle here that is SS1. This is one piece of that puzzle. We can only deliver infrastructure elements and a development that is within our gift to deliver within the land that we control. There may be opportunities in the future to look again at Paulette's Lane, as Mr. Gilfillan mentioned, at opportunities where changes in the way that the highway functions may come forwards with that development west of the lane and with the new north-south access that comes through to Lopplewood. That'll be fantastic for the committee to consider at that stage. But where we are now, the Highways Authority are content. They're content that there's going to be no impact upon local highway safety. Each of the accesses works within the full parameters of visibility. The development's acceptable as is before you. Thank you, members.
Do you want one speaker for this 1 minute? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It was mentioned parish councils were consulted. Interesting, both of them provided objections, and that's the last update I've seen. The Environment Agency letter dated 9th of October this year was the last one I've seen, and provides 2 reservations on the flood risk management. I would not suggest that's a clean bill of health. To Councillor Riley, the distance between the houses, based on an indicative plan we saw with the measurement, it infers that it's the minimal distance away from the rear of the closest property possible. And to Councillor Wade, your point on the Highways Agency, again, it's been referred that it's largely contingent on the additional relief road, which is speculative at the moment because there's no planning application for that area. I'd also like to just call out that the football ground that has been mentioned has additional traffic and parking considerations. It's getting more successful. The access is just speculative, to be honest. Was my last point. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll now go to the vote. The recommendation is to grant to service manager, and it's been proposed by Councillor Dowd and seconded by Councillor Sleep. All of those in favour, please raise your hands. Eight. Those against? 2. 3 against, 3 against. Did anybody abstain? Councillor Penny, abstention. Okay, so that's been granted. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, everybody. We are now moved to page 247 on the agenda. Land west of Hill Street, Calmore.
But I'm not set on plan.
Okay, thank
Just
you.
letting you know.
Right, go back. Page 247 of the agenda, application 22/10854, land west of Hill Street, Calmore. This is to allow an extension of time to complete the required legal agreement. Do you want to say something?
Good morning, councillors. Quick run through some slides to refresh your memory on this one. And as Mr. Bennett just alluded to on the previous application, SS1 is a jigsaw of applications, and this is another of those. Application site outlined in red, running alongside Hill Street and north of Salisbury Road. There you see the strategic allocation, the concept master plan with the red line of the application site, putting it in its context. And as I said, the north side of Salisbury Road to the northern portion of the strategic allocation forms part of the policy requirement for at least 1,000 homes, and the other mix of uses that you see referenced there in the text. You considered this application approximately a year ago, resolving to grant as per the recommendation. However, the time frame that we put to preparing the Section 106 has now expired, and whilst today I've seen probably the final version of the draft going back and forth between the council, the Hampshire County Council and the applicant solicitors, it's not yet been signed, so we're seeking your agreement to continue those negotiations based on the resolution that was presented to you, as I say, approximately a year ago. In addition to the report that was produced, there are some updates on the addendum update sheet, largely some typo errors around conditions. You'll note from the report that we produced, one of the revisions to the scheme has been some updates and revisions to the list of approved plans around the applicant preparing the technical working drawings, and those technical working drawings identifying some inconsistencies in the plans. In addition to those inconsistencies, that fed through to the wording of the conditions that referred to the original plans. So you see there on the update sheet, there was a couple of revisions needed to ensure the conditions are consistent with the most recent list of approved plans that are proposed to be approved. You'll also note that through the negotiation of the Section 106, Hampshire County Council have agreed with the applicant that their financial contribution towards some off-site highway works will be secured. That was something that wasn't on the table before you when you originally considered the application, so actually is a further betterment in addition to the original benefits. So the application is still recommended for approval, subject to the conditions and the obligations in the Section 106, as per that original resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's quite straightforward, members. Does anybody wish to discuss? No? Councillor Rickman?
Propose the recommendation, Chairman.
Second, thank you. So, proposed by Councillor Rickman, seconded by Councillor Crozell, to accept the recommendation, which is to allow the extension of time for the required legal agreement. Okay, all those in favour?
It's unanimous.
Unanimous. That's been granted then. Thank you all very much. We plod along. Okay, we're ready to go ahead. Page 295 of the agenda, land adjacent to 50, application 24/10630. And we have one speaker who's the agent, so we'll go ahead with the presentation, please.
Good afternoon, members. This is the application for an infill plot adjacent to 15 Lucerne Road, which you can see immediately to the north of the red site area in this slide. Why isn't it moving on? Oh, right. Oh, sorry, it wasn't working. Right, okay. Moving on. The local context shows the site within an established residential area in Milford-on-Sea. And here we have a bit more detail showing it in relation to the immediate surrounding properties, tennis courts opposite, and you can see that it's quite a spacious area in that particular location. So the site location, existing block plan, you can see on the right-hand side here, the host dwelling has recently had works, is undergoing works at the moment for a two-storey side extension to the north, and the single-storey rear extension, which you can see, that is now in place. And there's the proposal to the south of that dwelling. In a bit more detail, you can see here, we've got a boundary between the two properties, single-storey side addition at the south here, which provides a garage, and then two parking spaces at right angles to that, to the south of the site. The proposed plans here, you can see the garage and 3 bedrooms at first floor level. The proposed elevations here, bottom left is the front elevation facing the street. And then to the bottom right, we have the rear elevation, which faces the chalet bungalow to the rear. And you'll see in one of the reasons for refusal that there is a concern about the potential overlooking from this bedroom window at the back. So here we have the proposed street scene as provided by the applicant, which shows the existing host dwelling on the right-hand side and the proposed dwelling sitting relatively close to it and with the large front gable. And that would be inserted into the gap just behind where the metal storage containers are at present here. So this at the back is the chalet bungalow, which is sited to the rear. This is the host dwelling, and this here on the left is number 11 Lucerne Road, which is slightly unusually situated in that this is the front elevation with its associated garage building here. The hedge on the left-hand side surrounds its rear garden, but Lucerne Road also follows that round too. From the other angle, you can see the gable, the front gable of the host dwelling, and if you remember back to the street scene that was indicated, the proposal will take up a large proportion of the space in between the two dwellings seen in this picture. The gable to the side elevation of number 11 here is much smaller than that proposed, and it's further away from the road, so it's quite recessive compared to the proposed scheme. To the rear of the site, you can see where the host dwelling has been extended. The scaffolding was still up at the time of my visit, and you can see the resultant depth of the rear garden. At present, the side garden area is also available to this property, but that's where the proposed dwelling would go, with the removal of this single garage. And this is the depth of the garden that would remain for number 15 and for the proposed dwelling. This is the gable of the property at 1 Dane Street close to the rear. And you can just see the rear projection to that property in the other photograph. There is I think a bathroom window in this dormer at the side here. And just for completeness, there was a protected tree on site which was removed under a tree works application, and there are 2 small pine trees which have been planted to replace that. they're not a constraint to development. There is a landscaping strip shown within, around these trees, so that's not a problem. But I just thought I would include those photographs to show you in context with the rest of the street. So my recommendation is that the proposal would be a cramped form of development due to its size and the spacing around it. It would have an adverse impact on the residential amenities of the neighbouring dwelling, and that's compounded by the limited amenity space that would result for both proposed and the host dwelling, and refusal is therefore recommended. Thank you.
Just have the updates on that one.
Yes, apologies. The report makes reference to a comment from the ecologist requiring additional information. The ecologist has now come back with their response to the additional information submitted, and they advise that habitat mitigation is required. There is a biodiversity net gain deficit as a result of this proposal, but that can be dealt with through credits or off-site units being purchased. And any ecological enhancement should be provided in line with the information that has been submitted. It doesn't change the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Mr. Annan. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, members. Contrary to the officer's recommendation, but in line with the Parish Council's recommendation to grant, I wish to now set out the reasons why I feel the committee can support the application today for a new family dwelling within Milford-on-Sea. Firstly, looking at the principle, in terms of the application site, it lies within the built-up area of Milford-on-Sea, where the principle of new residential development is acceptable. Whilst the officer asserts the tilted balance is not engaged in this instance, the presumption in favour of sustainable development applies to all applications. I do realise, given the previous applications, that the additional of one dwelling here is not going to make much of a dent on the delivery of new homes. However, having trawled through the planning applications for Milton-on-Sea on the council's website, I can report from my findings that the last 3 years, from 272 planning applications, only 4 applications for additional dwellings have been approved in Milford-on-Sea, delivering a combined total of 6 additional dwellings. If all these schemes have been built, and I haven't been around to check, that only equates to 2 dwellings a year. So this additional dwelling would actually make a very valuable contribution towards the delivery of new homes within Milford-on-Sea itself. Secondly, looking at the character and appearance of the area, as you can see from the site plan up on the screen, the existing plot of number 15 Lucerne Road is double the size of many of the nearby neighbouring dwellings, meaning that the resultant density is only 22 dwellings per hectare, which is the same as 1 Dainstream Close behind, consistent with many other densities, such as 2 to 8 Dainstream Close, 6, 7, 8, 9 Lucerne Road, and below that, significantly below that, of the properties to the east opposite at 1 to 8 Southern Hay Court. Likewise, the gaps between the properties are no different to the relationship found at 4, 6 and 8 Lucerne Road. This new dwelling has been designed to match the newly remodelled parent property, complementing the scale and architectural design in keeping with the character of the evolving street scene. Given the organic layout of varying housing styles and scales and differing plot shapes and sizes, which range from bungalows in large plots to high-density terrace development to the east, I do not consider that a plot severance would be out of character. Thirdly, looking at the amenity, the officer deems that garden for a new dwelling is, quote, not ideal for family homes, being over only 6.4 metres deep and west facing, so would receive limited sunlight, although on the photos it looked like it was receiving quite a good deal of sunlight. If it was north facing, I could understand that comment. Unfortunately, not everyone can have south facing gardens. Some will have eastern facing gardens, get mostly morning sun. Others will have western facing gardens like myself and get the afternoon sun. The gardens are 14 metres wide and so will receive sunlight in different places at different times of the day. There is no planning policy, to my knowledge, which stipulates gardens have to be a certain size or orientation. It will come down to market forces, and the garden size and orientation provides a sufficient amenity space for this property, and this will be factored in by any purchaser of the property going forward. In terms of the comment about bleak views into the garden of 1 Dainstream Close to the rear from the second bedroom, the applicant has recently planted peach trees in this location, which would mitigate this concern. But if members are concerned by this, this could easily be remedied by requesting the plans be amended with a high-level window, like the one in bedroom 2, which the officer
You
confirms.
wind up, please. You've had only a few minutes.
Yeah, I'll summarise, which confirms they would protect amenities. Members, there have been no letters of any objection from any neighbouring residents. I hope you agree with the parish council, the tree officer and the highways officer and make a move to grant plan of permission today. Thank you.
We don't have any more speakers, so we'll go straight to questions. Do we have questions, please? Councillor Wade.
Chair, a question to the officer. With the two existing buildings either side, if this structure was built, would the two existing buildings, because it's very close to them, be able to overlook in any windows and things like that? It's not clear, is it?
When you say the existing buildings, you mean number 15
Yes.
and number 11 to the south, or the...
Yeah, that's...
Right. Number 11 to the south has got first floor windows in the elevation facing towards the site. I think I concluded in my report that there wouldn't be any privacy issues between the proposed and that property in view of the distances, and that the proposed dwelling has only got windows with a higher sill on that elevation. The proposed dwelling wouldn't impact on privacy levels to the host dwelling either, because it's a typical urban area where houses are side by side.
Thank you. Councillor Sleep.
Question to the officer. The building to the south on number 11, is that their garage that is shown nearest this new development if it went in?
Yes, it's a flat roof garage.
So they got the full garden width and the garage before. Right, thank you.
Are there any more questions? Then we'll go to debate. Does anybody have anything to say? Councillor Cresswell?
I don't have anything to debate. I'd like to propose that we accept the plan. Sorry, I said I have nothing to debate. I would like to propose we accept the plan.
Do I have a seconder? This is, sorry, the recommendation is to refuse, but we've had a proposal to accept it. So do I have somebody that's going to second that? Councillor Dowd, you're going to second to accept it. Councillor Sleep.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just say that and quite often we actually we always look to see what the parish councils actually have to say. And in this circumstance, they've actually granted permission for it. So they're obviously, the locals are obviously happy. So as far as I'm concerned, that says a lot to me about how to actually approach the plan itself. Thank you.
Alan. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
I just think, you know, these are very big houses. They're family-sized homes, but they haven't really got any gardens. So I don't really think that's appropriate in this situation.
You can vote accordingly. Does anybody else have anything to say? I'll come back to Mr. Ammon. You have 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, members. Just to point out that it's cut off of this plan conveniently, but on the other side of the road, there is a very high density close of 8 dwellings. 6 of them have north-facing, very small gardens. The area is quite an organic layout. The plot size is identical to the property behind it. In terms of garden space, as I say, there's sufficient garden space to serve the needs of this property, which would receive ample levels of daylight and would be down to any potential purchase of the plot as to whether that was acceptable for their needs. It's within short walking distance of quite a significant public open space as well. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the recommendation was to refuse, but we've had a proposal to grant this application by Councillor Cresswell, and that's been seconded by Councillor Dowd. Sorry? And just need to bring somebody else in on this.
Chairman, thank you. I think it's just important to clarify the alternative recommendation now for permission. Before you vote, I would suggest we add to that in that you delegate the authority back to me to secure the required 106 planning obligations for ecological mitigation, recreational pressure, etc., and also to draft suitable conditions that are necessary and appropriate before we grant planning permission.
Okay, is that okay with you? Okay, we're all in agreement, yeah? Okay, in that case, we'll go to the vote then, which will be to grant, but to leave it to yourself, yes?
Yeah, it will be delegate to the service manager for the completion of the relevant necessary 106 to deal with your ecological mitigation and recreational pressure mitigations as you normally would, picking up on habitat mitigation, nitrates, and then we will also deal with the relevant planning conditions as we would normally, drafted by your officers.
Okay, you all understand that. So we'll go to the vote then. All of those in favour, please raise your hands.
9.
And against? 1. Abstentions? 2.
1 against and 2 abstentions. 9.
Okay, that's granted, and you'll continue to work with the officers on that one, okay? Thank you very much. Councillor Hartman's had to leave. Okay. Okay, well, we now come to our next application, which is on page 305 of the agenda. Land adjacent to Aspen Cottage Hythe Road. Application number 23/10887. For transparency reasons, I'd just like to say that most of the people in this chamber do know Mr. Edward Heron, Councillor Edward Heron, but there's no conflict of interest. Okay? Okay, so we're just going to the presentation, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as the Chair has already said, the application relates to land adjacent to Aspen Cottage along Hythe Road in Marchwood. The proposal seeks to provide an additional 3-bedroom detached dwelling house. It's really important to note in this case that in January 2020, planning permission was granted for a 3-bedroom detached dwelling on this site. That permission was not implemented and has lapsed. So this new planning application has similarities to the previously lapsed permission. It proposes a dwelling with a slightly different footprint, location and design. It doesn't include a carport, which it did previously, and it proposes a slightly different parking layout. The red line boundary is also different, so it's now removing land which is outside the ownership of the applicant and within Aspen Cottage because the land has now been severed and is in separate ownership. The access arrangements remain the same, so the access will be shared with Aspen Cottage and the proposed dwelling. Just to give an idea of some local context, it's within the settlement boundary of Marchwood, accessed from Hythe Road. This is defined as an unclassified road, so in this case, the County Council haven't commented, but I do know it provides a main arterial route through Marchwood and is well used. So the access is important to consider. In terms of the aerial photograph, this shows the main passive development along this part within this part of Marchwood. The dwellings adjacent and opposite the site are set within a linear form along Hythe Road. The site comprises the gap between the property to the southeast, which is One the Aveburys, and Aspen Cottage to the northwest, which was understood to form the side garden of Aspen Cottage originally. It was actually also previously enclosed by a high conifer hedgerow, which limited the visibility from the site access. But actually now Aspen Cottage has been extended and the front vegetation has been cleared to provide parking for Aspen Cottage within the frontage, and then also to provide this plot for an additional dwelling house. There's development to the north of the site within a cul-de-sac form, which is mainly of detached dwellings, with access further north along Hythe Road. This site location plan shows the proposed location of the dwelling house set within the plot. And then the existing and proposed site plans shown here side by side show the form of development proposed. So the previously approved permission also granted a detached carport building, which actually isn't shown in this plan, but that has now been removed as part of the proposed plan, which is providing a better sort of spatial gap between Aspen Cottage and the proposed dwelling. The building's been moved back by approximately 1 metre within the plot to be able to accommodate 2 parking spaces at the front. To give members an idea of context and taking you through some site photographs, these were taken from the front on the pavement opposite the site, show Aspen Cottage, which has been extended, and then the site adjacent. There's substantial vegetation within the boundary of One the Averies, which will be retained, and you can see the fence along this boundary. There's also a close board fence to the rear boundary and the side boundary adjoining Aspen Cottage. The telegraph pole here would be removed as part of the proposal. These photos provide more detail of the side and rear boundaries, and you can see the fence running alongside the trees, which are set behind within the boundary of One the Averies. This slide shows the proposed elevations of the new dwelling house. There is a varied material palette along the street scene, and the materials are considered to be appropriate in this location, with the use of the timber cladding and brick, and then solar panels are proposed to the roof. To limit any overlooking, the rear-facing first floor windows are proposed to be obscurely glazed. This reflects the previously approved permission for a dwelling in this location. Moving on to the proposed floor plans, which indicate the overall level of accommodation provided. Again, this is very similar to what was previously approved back in 2020. The rooms to the rear at the first floor are serving bathrooms and landings, so the use of obscure glazing here is appropriate. This just shows the proposed cycle and refuse store, which is set within the rear garden area, accessed from the driveway. And then finally, just to show how the dwelling house would sit within the proposed street scene, showing that it would sit comfortably within the plot. There's a spatial gap between Aspen Cottage and the new dwelling. And then you've got the existing vegetation showing which would be retained, which is set within the boundary of One the Averies. Just to pick up on access, the site benefits from vehicular access already onto Hythe Road, and that's not proposed to be altered. Access would be shared with Aspen Cottage with sufficient off-street parking. The plans show here a visibility splay, which extends along the whole frontage, and the large conifer hedgerow, which previously caused some highway safety concerns in the previously approved application, is now being completely removed. So a condition is proposed requiring there to be no planting, structure or other obstruction greater than 1600 mil in height placed within this visibility splay, which we feel is reasonable. Also, it would be reasonable to remove the permitted development rights for outbuildings and fences so that sufficient turning space is available here for both Aspen Cottage and the new property. So to summarise, the recommendation of officers is therefore that delegated authority be given to the service manager to grant permission, subject to the completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure the contributions for the mitigation of the recreation and air quality impacts on designated European sites, and subject to the imposition of the conditions set out within the committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Sophie. We'll now go to Sir Edward Heron. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Chairman, members, thank you. I've got very little to add to the presentation from your officer, other than to say that this is a reapplication on an application that was lapsed on the site for the 2018. In practice, there are very little minor changes. The plot has been set back slightly. There's some minor changes around the access, but as your officer already said, the access proposed is in line with the standard guidance provided by the Highways Authority. Members, I'm really here just to answer any questions you may have, but other than that, I don't think I've got much more to take up your time or add to what the officer has said or in her report.
Thank you. So members, questions, please. Nobody has any questions? Does anybody wish to debate this? Councillor Wade.
Chairman, the only change the last time is a few yards down the road, they're building a residential care home. But I don't suppose the amount of traffic it puts on is any substantially more than what APB will be shooting down in the near future. As we've already agreed this, and there is no substantial change for it, I propose that we accept the recommendation. It's sensible.
Regarding Councillor Wade's concern about the care home, with
I just mentioned it.
65 rooms, and we were reassured on that site that they've done a judgment on the number of vehicles that go in there and come out of there, and they were reassuring that they were only ever going to be on their site, not up the side streets.
Okay.
I'm fine.
In that case, I'll go back to Councillor Heron. Nothing to say. In that case, sorry, didn't have my mic on. We'll go to the vote if nobody else has anything to say. So that is to grant, proposed by Councillor Wade, seconded by Councillor Sleep. All of those in favour, please raise your hands. That's unanimous and that's been granted. Thank you very much. Our next application can be found on 321 of the agenda. Woodbury to Viney Road, Lymington. Application 24/10429. We have 3 speakers, Mr. Meeson and Miss Jenkins. You'll have 3 minutes between you. You'll need to decide who's saying what. Okay. I don't think we didn't have any interest on this one, did we? So we'll go straight to the presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As a verbal update, we've received 2 further... It's not possible.
No, you just have to get closer.
We've received 2 further letters of objection, one from the neighbour of number 1 Viney Road and one from an agent acting on this neighbour's behalf, both reiterating points already made throughout the application and making reference to shadow diagrams submitted to support the objections. There's one additional letter of support on the application which questions the accuracy of these shadow diagrams as the drawings are not to scale. The application site is at Woodbury on Viney Road in Lymington. The proposal seeks to demolish the existing 2-storey house and replace it with another 2-storey house. This is the red line plan. The application site is set back from the road and is accessed via a shared driveway with numbers 1 and 3 Viney Road. The application site lies to the south of Lymington and opposite the New Forest National Park, which is sited to the east. The character of Viney Road and Woodside Lane to the rear is of a very mixed character, with some dwellings of a more contemporary design. This is the aerial photograph of the site. It has a large garden which tapers outwards towards the northeast corner. A tree preservation order lies to the east of the site, adjacent to the shared driveway, but falling outside of the red line boundary. The tree officer was consulted on the proposal and raised no objections subject to conditions which have been included in the report. This is the site layout plan. The proposal seeks to replace the existing two-storey dwelling with a new two-storey dwelling on predominantly the same footprint as the existing house. This element here is the two-storey part of the dwelling, and a single-storey extension cranks from the main part of the dwelling in a northeasterly direction, northwesterly. A single-storey detached garage for one vehicle is proposed adjacent to the single-storey extension and set away from the boundary by 1 metre. A detached garden outbuilding for a home office and gym with an attached store is proposed to the rear garden, adjacent to the existing hedging and set away from the boundary by 1.3 metres. Both detached outbuildings are pitched away from the neighbouring boundary. This is the existing and proposed street scene. The existing dwelling is a 1970s build, which is not of any particular architectural merit. The existing dwelling is quite unique within Viney Road, as in that it's the only two-storey dwelling of this appearance. The character within the road is mixed with a number of contemporary dwellings, and there's no defined architectural style or materials. The neighbouring property at number 3 Viney Road was previously granted consent for a replacement dwelling to increase the height by 1.5 metres from a chalet bungalow to a two-storey house with low eaves. The height increase of the proposed dwelling is 1 metre higher than that of the existing, which is a modest increase and considered acceptable in this context. These are photographs of the street scene. A number of objections relate to one Viney Road not being shown in the street scene plan, but the property is set back from Viney Road with significant vegetation and it's not actually visible from the street scene. However, it's shown here in this photograph for context, and this is number 3 Viney Road. These are photographs of the application site showing the extent of the garden. There is a substantial gap between the existing dwelling and the neighbouring property, which will predominantly be maintained in respect of the proposed new dwelling. These photographs show the further extent of the garden. The proposed outbuilding would be sited adjacent to this hedge, which provides some screening to the application site. These are the existing elevations. The existing dwelling is not of notable appearance or of architectural merit. And these are the side elevations and the existing floor plans. This is the proposed front elevation. We consider the dwelling to be of an attractive appearance, and it has a number of decorative features with a mixed material palette of buff brick, zinc roof, white render and timber cladding. There is a protruding gable, which is a strong feature of the existing development in the road, and roof lights are proposed within the front roof scape only, providing light to the roof accommodation. This is the proposed rear elevation, which features another protruding gable. And these are the side elevations, which would have some limited visibility from the road, but side-facing gables are, again, a strong feature of the development in the road. These are 3D visuals submitted as part of the application to demonstrate the proposal visually, along with the detached garage shown here, with an access gate between the built form to access the rear garden. The dwelling is of an attractive and decorative appearance, which is considered to be acceptable in this location and on a site of this large size. This is the proposed ground floor plan, showing a comparison with the built form of the footprint of the existing dwelling, and it's not a significant increase on the existing built form. These are the first and second floor plans. One bedroom is proposed in the attic with roof lights only to the front of the dwelling. The rear-facing bedroom windows of the first floor would maintain a similar relationship to those of the existing dwelling, which is acceptable. These are the elevations for the garden outbuilding. The design references that of the proposed dwelling in that it has a gabled roof, and the fenestration arrangement matches elements of the dwelling. The roof is pitched away from the neighbouring boundary, with the highest part of the building set being further within the site. This is the outbuilding floor plan. Again, the roof pitch is pitched away. Concerns have been raised about the outbuilding being used as a separate dwelling. This would require planning permission in its own right, and the merits of its use as a separate dwelling are not being considered as part of this application. These are the plans and elevations of the proposed detached garage, which again references the design of the building. And these photographs show the relationship with the immediate neighbouring dwellings. These two photographs were taken from within the garden of number 1 Viney Road, and this was taken from the upstairs bedroom facing the site. And this photo is taken from within the conservatory facing the site. As referred to in the verbal update, shadow diagrams have been submitted by the neighbouring property to demonstrate the impacts of the proposal on this property, which officers have been made aware of and circulated to members. It's pertinent to note that these shadow diagrams are not to scale. Though the diagrams show the shading is predominantly from the existing boundary fence, and shadows appear when there are no proposed built form. This suggests the impact of the proposal itself is limited. The shadow diagrams have also been taken from 6 and 7 p.m. in July and August, where there would be shadow projections from any built form, by reason of it being within the evening when the sun is low. The shadow assessment referred to in the officer report was taken from the March equinox, which is a BRE standard for a shadow assessment. The ridge line of the buildings are pitched away from the boundary, with the highest part of the garage being 3.5 metres from the boundary, and the outbuilding being 3.7 metres from the boundary. The shadow assessment undertaken in the officer report concluded that these are acceptable separation distances with sufficient daylight retained to this property and its garden, and we felt that the impacts on the neighbouring property would be limited. The recommendation is therefore to grant subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll now come to the speakers. Chris Mill, is it? How do you pronounce that?
Mill.
Mill, it is, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
On behalf of Morgan Building Design, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Chris Mill, and I'm an Associate Director at Pure Town Planning. I'm here speaking in support of the proposal. I'm an RTPI Chartered Town Planner with over 10 years' experience, which includes a 2-year period working as a planning inspector. The application before you today has been recommended for approval by your officers, and I wish to outline the main considerations why I feel that members should proceed to grant permission in line with this recommendation. Issue 1, character and appearance. Within the immediate area, there are a variety of property types from different architectural periods, including chalet bungalows and 2-storey dwellings. The existing dwellings are typically detached with pitched roof forms and set back from the highway within large plots, which creates a spacious character. Many of the existing dwellings along Viney Road have been renovated in recent years, including number 3, which was previously a chalet bungalow but was extended upwards in a contemporary style to form a 2-storey dwelling. The replacement dwelling at number 2 would also be a 2-storey pitched roof property with a material palette that has been informed by the area's local vernacular. In addition, the proposed dwelling and outbuildings would retain suitable separation distances between neighbouring buildings and the highway, with a spacious building to plot ratio maintained. For these reasons, the proposal would have an acceptable impact upon the character and appearance of the area. But aside from these important material considerations, it should also be noted that the existing dwelling has full permitted development rights and could be extended substantially by the applicant, including side and rear extensions and dormer windows. But piecemeal extensions of this nature often erode the character of the area. Therefore, it's the applicant's preference to construct a new dwelling which would be better suited to their needs, whilst also achieving higher energy performance. Issue 2, neighbouring amenity. All new development will have an impact upon local residents. However, an impact in and of itself does not equate to harm in planning terms. It is for the decision maker to assess the proposal and determine whether the impacts arising from a development would be acceptable or unacceptable when judged against the development plan. In this case, the positioning scale of the replacement dwelling and associated outbuildings ensures that the proposal would not have an oppressive or overbearing relationship with the occupiers of neighbouring dwellings, whilst careful window placements ensure that neighbouring privacy is safeguarded. The proposed outbuildings along the side boundary would be single-storey with pitched roofs that slope away from the neighbouring garden, which ensures that the proposal would not result in a materially harmful loss of daylight or sunlight for the occupants of number 1 Viney Road. I also refer members back to permitted development rights, which permit the construction of domestic outbuildings up to 4 metres in height. Such outbuildings could be erected in a similar location to those proposed as part of this application. For these reasons, the proposal would have an acceptable impact on neighbouring amenity. So, councillors, to conclude, it's my professional opinion that the proposal would have an acceptable impact on the character and appearance of the area and neighbouring amenity, a position which is shared by your officers. Therefore, I hope you agree with the recommendation and grant permission for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jonathan Meeson and Miss E. Jenkins, you have 3 minutes between you.
Chairman, councillors, we are the neighbour at number 1 to the north of the site. We strongly object to the excessively long and high outbuildings within 1.3 metres of our boundary. There is no need for the garage and outbuildings to be over 4 metres high. It not only contravenes the national permitted development regulations of a maximum height of 2.5 metres when within 2 metres of a boundary, but also causes unacceptable shading to number 1. Given the size of the garden at number 2, we do not understand why the new owners should wish to destroy our quality of life by building such a long and high outbuilding so close to our boundary. Although it has now been split into 2 outbuildings with the patio area in between, the bifold doors and window above on the south end of the gym means that it will invade our privacy and residential amenities. We see no reason why the roof of the outbuildings could not be lower, like most garden rooms, and look to the District Council to at the very least instruct the case officer to tell the applicant to remove the bifold doors and glass in the south end of the gym, move the gym at least 2 metres further north along the boundary, alter the bathroom so that its window faces into the garden of number 2 instead of number 1, conduct a topological survey as the site is not flat and to avoid height disputes during the build. Thank you.
All immediate neighbour objections clearly state material issues. Applicants well versed in the local planning process have no excuse for the incorrect and incomplete information supplied on the application or lack of pre-app and neighbour consultations with drawings before the submission. All other properties in Viney Road do not have full-size second storeys, including sandpipers, which conforms to the street stream. All existing properties in Viney Road provide vistas as required by local policy. I question the case officer's guidance and clearly disagree with her suggestion of slight. The existing building is 174 square metres, the proposed development over 420, certainly not slight. And the views include the garage on the proposed development. The dwelling increase in height of 1 metre is stated to be off the roof ridge. This measures 7.4 off drawings, not the 7.7 as quoted. That is the top of the existing chimneys. Boundary-to-boundary development does not facilitate vistas. Utilising all materials used in other properties in one building does not constitute good design. This design cannot meet passive standards. There is no mitigating landscaping proposed or requested. ENV 3, 4 and SBT 10 cannot be satisfied. Have Your Say quotes thoughts and views of local residents are very valuable for reaching informed decisions. The directive from the Town Council should be relevant. A case officer's report is guidance. What is the point of devolving to a neighbourhood plan if the considerations raised are relevant and material but ignored? No immediate neighbours have supported this application. Please do not let this developer subvert the integrity of the planning process.
Thank you. Councillor Jackie England, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, fellow councillors. I'm here today not only speaking as a district councillor, but speaking on a passion for Lymington Town Council, who've actually had this in front of them twice, and on the second occasion vehemently do not wish this to be in their street scene. They don't want it to impact on the lovely character of the lanes that is in the adjacent areas, has no support from any neighbour as previously set, and is opposite the National Park. And as some of you are members of the National Park, I'm sure that you are very versed in that issue. So we don't have the overdevelopment. The sizing is causing contravention into the fact of 420 square metres and 170 square metres. That is not the issue I'm here today for. The issue is the tranquility, the overdevelopment, not listening to the local constituents who are members of the town council. I urge you to refuse this, as this is also has been seen as a venture for capital gains, not only in profit for developing the area, but for actually possibly having extra revenue stream from Airbnb, which would really affect that tranquility of the area and the lanes. I'm prepared to take any questions later. Thank you.
I think we have to disregard your last sentence. We really can't jump to conclusions about what they're going to do with. Sorry, gentlemen, can you not hear me? You can't, you know.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'll withdraw that remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, questions, please. Councillor Wade.
Do the officer know what percentage increase in size this is over the existing dwelling?
I don't.
You don't?
No, it's not really relevant.
It looks rather significant.
More or less the same.
It's a similar footprint. This is the footprint here of the existing dwelling in blue. So as you can see, it's a similar foot. This is the main part of the dwelling, two-storey element. This is a single-storey element extension, essentially. The percentage increase isn't particularly relevant.
Aren't there some restrictions on that?
In the countryside there are, but this is in the built-up area, so there aren't. No, there's no restrictions on percentage increase in the built-up area.
Councillor Woods.
Our last speaker, if I heard her wrong, she said there was no letters of support yet on the leaflets. There's 14 letters of support. So the town council didn't get any letters of support at all?
The town council did not support this application, said that there was no letters of support from the Viney Road area. And the town council actually sit as a consultatory body, and they are very aware of the locality, and they did not feel that this was an appropriate development to have there because of the mass size and bulk of its domination on the street scene.
Have you any idea where the other letters of support came from?
I believe the letters of support came from the applicants.
We can't go down here. We can't. Sorry. Dismiss that, please. Okay. Any more questions? Councillor Riley.
I see that it's outdoor, the building outdoor, you've got a wash hand basin, you've got water supply there. Why do you need that if it's
I mean, that building is intended for the owners to be used as their home gym, so they just wanted to have a wash basin and a shower there so they could, you know, kind of have a shower after working out in the morning or the evening and then go back into the house.
That's what we use for.
Councillor Crizell.
If we were to accept this, could we put a condition on that building that it's, I don't know, whatever, that it can't be used for anything other than a gym?
Chairman, if I can, your case officer mentioned in her presentation to you that to use it as something other than something that's incidental or ancillary to the enjoyment of the main house would be a material change of use. That material change of use would require a planning permission. So when you think about the tests for implementing a planning condition, I don't think it would meet those tests.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Wade.
Is it within our gifts to request that the developer modifies the roof height of the two outbuildings so that they are not so obtrusive to neighbours?
Chairman, my advice is you need to consider the application as it is before you. That would be my advice. You've got the report before you. Your case officer has taken the view that the application is acceptable. It does exceed the permitted development rights and parameters. that's why it needs an express planning permission. That's why it's before you. So you have to consider that impact. I would consider it as it is before you.
Are there any more questions? Then we'll go into debate. Councillor Sleep.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just say that Googling the street and walking down the street and looking at all the different houses, it's pleasant to actually see individual character buildings along a line. And they are lovely houses, and I'm really impressed with them. The only one that really disappointed me was the red brick one that's going to be demolished because it was so out of character to the rest of it. And I find this new development, apart from the concern about the lighting, I find the new development very acceptable. I think it's really well done, and it actually fits in with the rest of the buildings. Thank you.
Does anybody else have anything to say? Councillor Woods.
I can support what Councillor Sleep says. I think that the design is excellent, but the size of it concerns me. And if I was living in number 1, I think I'd be a little bit concerned about the height of the buildings, or the height of the increased height of the house and the outbuildings.
Councillor Wade.
And I also have concerns about this because it is a huge plot. So why put the outbuildings up on the boundary? Well, I mean, okay, you might say there's very good reason for that because you want to have a football pitch on the rest of it. I don't know. But to be honest, that I don't like. I quite have a lot of sympathy for the position of the people that live in number 1. It is a character street and there are different types of architecture. This is somewhat large, probably larger than most of the buildings, if not all of them, in that street. And besides that fact in itself, it puts the outbuildings over, the roofs of the outbuildings are so high, they produce a different scene for the people living in the garden number 1. So I'm not so comfortable with it as counter to...
Councillor Riley.
I've got the same concerns with the outbuilding. I think it's quite a large outbuilding. Could we put any restriction on that going forward? Because
No.
I've got concerns.
No, we can't
can't.
change the application as it is. It would have to come back as a different application.
That was one of my concerns, the side of the outbuilding.
Councillor Brand.
Thank you. I think that the house looks really lovely, and I would not have a problem with it if the garage, etc., wasn't so large. I just think it does look very big, and it is right up against the boundary, and that does bother me.
When you say the garage is separate. Are you referring to the outbuilding at the back? Yeah. Councillor Sleep.
But I understand, if I recall, that on the dimensions, it's 4.2 metres to the apex of that building, which is 12, 13 feet.
It's 3.7 from the shared boundary to the ridge line of the...
Yeah, and the height of that ridge line is
4.28 centimetres, and it's 1.3 metres away from the boundary. There is
consider that high at all.
existing hedging next to the building as well.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything they want to say about this application? Well, at the moment, we have a recommendation to grant this, so I will need a proposer and a seconder. Propose, okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Richards? Okay, we'll come back to the speakers then. Chris Mill, you have 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to pick up on a couple of key points. So the scheme before members, this isn't a developer-led scheme for profit. It's an application by local residents who are looking to build a new home for themselves in an area that they love. This is a big plot, probably one of the biggest plots on this road, and there are big houses along Viney Road, and the proposal would be in keeping with that. There aren't any policy restrictions in respect of replacement homes, and how big they should or shouldn't be. Just an application of this instance needs to be assessed on its own merits, which is what the planning officer has done. In terms of some of the figures quoted by the people here speaking in against the proposal, I find them very misleading because they're including the outbuildings and the loft room within this overall gross internal area. But as I picked up in my deputation, a lot of that work could be undertaken as permitted development right already. The applicants could do a loft room with their current home. They could build large outbuildings in their garden for a gym, for a home office, for a garage. But simply they included them in this application as part of their redevelopment of the site. In terms of the outbuildings specifically...
you have had a long minute,
oh, okay,
so
sorry,
are you coming
apologies.
to the end?
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to reiterate that the outbuildings, they're 1.3 metres away from the boundary, which is a good separation distance. And as shown by the photos from Ms Cook, there is significant screening and hedgerows along this boundary already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Jonathan Meeson, Miss Jenkins, you have 1 minute. Do you want to split it or...?
The measurements discussed were based on the sill form provided by the case officer. The garage is 1 metre away from the boundary. The gym is 1.3. I would appreciate if this is approved, as the design and access statement contains so much misleading information, it is not included in the approved documents. Given the location of the property and the limited amount of frontage available for any materials, if this is approved, why hasn't a construction environmental management plan been included in the proposed conditions? I would request that that be considered. Thank you for your time.
Chairman, if I can, the construction environmental management plan is a condition you would have seen in other schemes, and it's something that looks to deal with environmental impacts from development, but it's something that is generally considered for larger scale developments. When you look at smaller developments, smaller one-unit replacement dwellings or householder schemes, it's a bit onerous, I think, if I'm honest, in terms of the implementation of the standard condition for construction environmental management plan. So there's an argument that that wouldn't meet the necessary tests for being reasonable in applying a condition.
Thank you. Councillor England, you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Councillors, you'll be most aware that when you go to planning, people tell you it's their forever home. Well, very rarely does that happen, but I'm more concerned about the fact the bulk and the mass that is here that the town council rejected. The town council know what they want in their locality, no disrespect, and you all know what you want in your locality. And to have something with this bulk and mass impacting on that rural lane, as one of the councillors said, it's a really nice lane to walk down. It is at the moment, but if all the rest of this sets a precedent and the rest of the buildings go on steroids, the original character will be lost, and the bulk and the mass, yet again, is not conducive to the area. And also the fact of the square footage, I understand the applicant's agent saying what he has said, but this is the choice that has been put in front of everyone to decide today, not what might be, what might not. So with the voice from Lymington Pennington Town Council, I would like you to consider this and reject this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, we'll now go to the vote. So we have a recommendation which is to grant, subject to the conditions. That's been proposed by Councillor Sleep and seconded by Councillor Richards. All of those in favour, please raise their hand. I need to come back for another recommendation now then for refusal. So I need to have a proposer. for refusal? Councillor Brand and a seconder, Woods. Sorry? Yeah, we need reasons. Reasons, do I have any reasons for you to refuse this?
Bulk and massing and amenity.
Is that enough?
Chairman, I'm going to ask for a little bit more help. I take your point. I've noted those three particular words down. Based on the discussion and debate, is there a specific part of the proposal that relates to? I think we've had commentary that the actual replacement house is okay, so it's relative to the outbuildings. Thank you. Is it the garage and the outbuilding combined, the two of them? Just so I'm clear. Yes, thank you. And thinking of a policy hook at which we can then add into that reason for refusal. So we've got the bulk and massing of the two outbuildings and the resultant impact on the amenity of number one. The most obvious policy to my mind is EMV3 of your local plan. Okay. Thanks, Chairman.
Okay. Councillor Wade, did you want to add
I
something?
wondered, could we add to that, I suppose, that it's out of keeping with the street scene by its nature of its size? I'm just trying to be helpful.
Just to clarify then, what is out of keeping with the street scene?
The bulk of because it's the property itself, as well as those other reasons.
Probably need some clarity from you as a committee then, because I think Councillor Brand gave me bulk massing and impact on amenity from the outbuildings. We're now saying the replacement dwelling has an impact on the street scene.
What I was trying to do is, if you're struggling for reasons to object, I was adding another possible objection. That's all.
Sorry, is it possible to defer?
Chairman, my advice to you would probably, as I gave earlier to Councillor Wade, is to consider the application that's before you. You've come to the view that the outbuildings are harmful and they're harmful on the amenity of the neighbouring garden. And I think we could have a reason for refusal based on the criteria in EMV3. You are alive to and mindful of the deputation from the applicant's agent about there is a permitted development fallback position, but that has smaller
Yes.
relative to the boundary relationship, and I accept that, and that's why I think there can be a case based on your policies. So if it's I think there's a case there, Councillor Wade, so I don't think you need to go there with regards to the house itself. Okay.
Okay, we come back to the vote. So now we have a proposal to refuse, proposed by Hilary Brand and seconded by Councillor Wood. All of those in favour, please raise your hands.
5, 6, 7.
Against?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Abstentions? Okay, so that has been refused. Thank you. We'll now move to the next one. I hope this is a little bit more straightforward. Interest. We have interest on this one. It's page 335. It's Durban House 3, Ashley Close 5, application number 24/10557. And interest, Councillor Wade and Dowd.
Yeah, just we sit and hide with the Parish Council, but know nothing of this.
Okay, so we'll just go straight then to the presentation, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So this is an application for the retention of an existing fence and boundary wall. So this is the red line plan. So as you can see, this is in the parish of Hyden Dibden in the ward of Butts Ash. The site is outlined. It's in a reasonable sized plot. We've got a detached bungalow. As you can see, the other plots are commensurate in size, and it's in a very dense established residential area. And this is the wider context. As you can see, it's all very residential around there. And then this is the aerial photograph. Again, the red line shows the outline of it. So as you can see, this is Free Ashley Close here, fronting onto Ashley Close. I will, at this point, just mention there was an update. I do apologise to committee. I did make an error in my report in that I referred incorrectly to 1 and 2 Warries Close, when actually the addresses are 1 and 3 Ashley Close. So my apologies for that. 1 Ashley Close is this property here, which actually backs on, well, it faces Ashley Close, and the main amenity space is to the side of the property, and that actually abuts the side boundary of my application site, which will be relevant. And 2 Ashley Close is this property here, so my apologies for that. Okay, so this is the block plan. Now this is useful because it shows us where this boundary treatment is. Now just to point out, you can have, under permitted development, you can have a boundary treatment consisting of either a wall or a fence up to 1 metre in height where it's adjacent to a highway. Now this is the front boundary treatment. Now it is the retention of, so the wall and fence are in situ. The wall itself complies with permitted development. It does not exceed 1 metre. So the part that doesn't comply is this fence panel section, which has got horizontal planking, and it's actually attached to the back of the wall by posts. Right, so as you can see, this is the boundary treatment here. This is viewing it from the road, and this is viewing it from the inside. So hopefully you can see from those pictures, you can see how it's attached to the wall there. Now the prevailing character of Ashley Close and the surrounding roads are that boundary treatments tend to be low boundary walls or fences, and those that have got better privacy tend to have hedging behind them. I'll just show you some photographs. So this is the wall and fence here. Now, this fence here, as you can see, is higher. This is actually enclosing the private amenity space of number 1 Ashley Close. And as you can see, there is a degree of separation by virtue of the access drive. And then this acts sort of as a transition to the lower boundary treatments. So this is a street scene of Ashley Close, looking away from the site towards the junction with the Alverton Avenue. So as you can see, you've got the lower boundary walls, commensurate with what's on the application site in relation to the wall. And some of them do have hedging behind, which gives a softer context to the street. And this is looking towards the application site, so that's up here. So again, you can just see what the boundary treatments are like. Now, these are the boundary treatments for 1 and 2 Ashley Close. So as you can see, actually in front of the property, there's low fencing, and on the opposite side, a wall with hedging behind, which provides privacy. Obviously, the higher boundary treatments on both these properties is to enclose their private rear amenity space, and you would expect that to have a higher boundary treatment to protect people's privacy in those areas. The lower boundary treatments, so along the frontages, do allow for a more interesting and more interactive street scene. So this slide shows you the street scenes of Warries Close and Yelverton Avenue, which Ashley Close actually connects with. So again, you can see this is repeated with the lower boundary treatments. Right, the recommendation is to refuse. Hythe and Dibden Parish Council are recommending permission, but we do have an objection from a local resident. The reason for refusal is by reason of its excessive height, length and prominent position adjacent to the highway. The proposed fence projecting above the front wall would create an intrusive element with a harmful visual impact, which is not sympathetic to the distinctive character of the area. Just emphasise again, though, the wall does comply with permitted development, so it is only the projecting fence which is an issue here. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. No speakers here, so are there any questions? Councillor Sleep.
Can I ask the officer, amenity space is your way of saying it's their back garden, so they have a high fence around it, isn't it?
Sorry, yes, yes, just to clarify.
So that line of houses that have got the higher fence is because of their back garden, which everyone expects to have 2 metre high fencing. But on someone's front garden, the general rule is just that lower wall height, isn't it, for traffic and safety for children and everything else. So that wooden bit that you put on on the top is against what we'd normally expect safety-wise and everything else, isn't it?
Well, certainly with, yes, you're quite right, just to confirm. Obviously, when I was talking about their private amenity space, that is traditionally rear garden, or in this case, their side garden because of the orientation of the property. With this property here, it's set back from the road boundary. So obviously it's their preference to, this is a way of providing screening into their property, yes. Thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Woods.
If it were a hedge of the same size, it would be acceptable, would it?
Hedges don't form development, so we can't control a hedge.
Any more questions? Debate? Councillor Cressell.
I can't understand what the problem is. I can't, in all honesty, the fence next door on page 175, I think it was, is high. Is this high? How can you not? I don't care. I don't see on the street scene. Do you mind? On the street scene, how you can disagree with the fact that they're both the same height. So I'm going to accept the fact that it should be there. Thank you.
Does anybody else have anything? Councillor Wade.
Well, the reality is, situation, the officer's absolutely right in what she's done, because that's the rules. You know, it is what it is. The problem is, which I actually agree with Councillor Cressell, because the next door house has a high fence, and how do you say it? You tell them yours has got to go, but theirs is okay. Now the reason is because it's their back garden. I get that, but I think it looks unfair, doesn't it? But it is what it is.
Councillor Sleep.
The problem we have when you look at the plan view, because you go to it, is that this is a very unusual long property that backs all the way down the other houses and on the street. So you can see every one of those houses, it's their back fence, which you'd expect, and normally the side fence on one and the back you'd expect to be 2 metre boundaries. That's how normal houses are built. But to have that much on the front, we've had a situation in Tottenham, but right by the school. And I was really concerned that the guys coming out of the driveway and the children are waiting outside or whizzing up and down the footpath, and no one can actually see because the fence was that high. So we got it taken down exactly for this reason. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any comments? I have to say, I'm quite surprised when they've got such a big open gap into the front anyway, why they would need a little bit of fence for extra privacy. That's what I think. Anyway, if nobody's got anything further to say, we need to go to a vote. The vote is to actually refuse it. Do I have a proposer and a seconder? Councillor Richards to So we have a recommendation to refuse by, that's been proposed by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Riley. All of those in favour, please raise their hands.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And those against?
1, 2,
Abstentions?
1, 2.
So that has been refused. Okay. Okay, we'll move on now then to page 341, application 23/11306. And this is the old farmhouse, Salisbury Road, Burgate. We have two speakers. We'll go straight into the presentation. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, there are no updates for this particular application, so we'll launch into the presentation. Here we have the red site area of the proposal, which includes the old farmhouse, which is a Grade 2 listed building. In the wider context, you can see it's within a small hamlet just to the north of Fording Bridge. And there are a few residential properties around, but it's largely farmland, which is just highlighted there. I can get my cursor to work. Oh, there it is. We have the farmhouse here on the eastern side of the site. We have a collection of outbuildings, some of which are quite overgrown, but I'll go through in a bit more detail as to exactly what they are later. So just to add a bit of context, the site is adjacent to one of our strategic sites, SS18, as you can see here, with the site area indicated in red on the left-hand side plan, up against SS18. The detail on the right-hand side of this slide indicates the local plan proposals for SS18, which are subject to a separate planning application, which is referenced in my report. You can see the brown areas indicate the areas which would be proposed built-up form, which roughly correspond with the extent of the built-up area in this location. So you can clearly see that the site remains outside the built-up area and would be immediately adjacent to an area proposed to be public open space, and I think approved as public open space. So there will be countryside surrounding the site, even post-development of SS18. So the existing site plan shows the buildings a bit more clearly. The cursor's not very good, sorry. So we have the listed building here. The northern section is thatched, and the thatch is in quite a bad way from looking at internal photographs. We have a small linked outbuilding to the property to the north there. That's just a single-storey structure. A two-storey structure here, which all forms part of one farmhouse, which has got 4 bedrooms. That is known as Building A. Building B is the property to the south here, which is in quite a poor state. A lot of it has collapsed, and you can only just make out partial walls to the western section of it. The remaining section at the front here no longer has a roof over it, so it's just 4 walls along this section. Building C to the north is very overgrown. It's a relatively modern structure and doesn't have any particular significance historically. Building D is in separate sections. This to the south is an open-sided cow pen, which doesn't have a lot of historical interest. The larger eastern section of this building, which is quite close to the rear of the farmhouse, is particularly overgrown and is not in a very bad condition either. and we have a smaller section here which is clad in corrugated metal, which is considered to be curtilage listed. At the back of the site to the west, we have Building E, which you can see is two adjoining structures here. Again, they're of more relatively modern construction and of very little historic significance. So with that in mind, just a couple of photographs of, this is as you go in through the main site entrance from Salisbury Road. This to the left is Building E. This flat roof structure here is the modern part of the cow pen of Building D, with the corrugated roofed section to the rear of it. And then looking from the top of the courtyard, this is back to the rear elevation of the listed dwelling. So moving on to the proposed site plan, you'll see Building B is reinstated across its whole footprint, and that would provide two dwellings. Building E and Building C and D would also be removed, and they would be replaced with this structure, which is part 2-storey, and then a single-storey element at the rear here. That building would contain 3 dwellings. A new access is proposed to the north onto Fryencourt Road, which would link through from the existing access of Salisbury Road, and the farmhouse would be retained at the front here with a small rear garden area. So just some photographs of the existing property. You can see quite clearly it's quite overgrown. It's very difficult to see from the main road because of the vegetation at the front. To the rear is a little bit more space. This green mass here is hiding part of Building D, which is underneath that area. The right-hand photograph is just to the south. There's a couple of parking spaces for plot 6, which are proposed just off the corner of this site. You can see there's a window in that elevation, but obviously the rest of the area would be cleared for garden space. So the proposed floor plans for the farmhouse are pretty much as per the existing. I won't go into the internal details at the moment because there's an associated listed building consent which deals with the internal side of things. Externally, we have a wall and door on a link between the main dwelling and the outbuilding, and that is proposed to be removed. So that's the only external element as part of the planning application, aside from replacement windows, refurbishment of the roof and so on. So going to the rear elevation, there would just be the front wall linking the outbuilding to the historic farmhouse. So moving to the other buildings, this is Building B, the north elevation. You can see Salisbury Road just in the background over there, and you can see that the roof has now gone, and the remaining structure to the rear of that frontage bit is very, well, there's very limited walls left. This shows a better side to it where you can at least see some of the original walls, but you can see there's a lot of collapsed structure that is apparent. At the front, a lot of the gable end has now collapsed below the roof. And I think you can just see the rear wall of it in the right-hand photograph here. At this point, I will also point out part of the proposals include a 2.1 metre high acoustic fence, which is proposed to run roughly along the right-hand side of this track, quite close to the corner of this property, which is curtilage listed, and across to enclose an area where the cursor is as the rear gardens for these two properties. And it would cut across, so when viewed from the road, you would see a fence coming along this area in front of the curtilage listed building. I would also point out that this access is owned separately from the site, and I understand may potentially lead to the public open space where the large barn at the rear is proposed to be removed outside of the site. The car on the left-hand side here is parked in a carport of the adjoining Cross Cottage to the south, also another listed building, and this is the access to that carport. These are the proposals for that Building B, showing 2 4-bedroom houses, a relatively open plan, floor space downstairs, but then 4 bedrooms, a couple of bathrooms upstairs. And these are the elevations that are of concern to the Conservation Officer in view of the number and the size of the openings. Building C is hidden beneath this vegetation. It's in a very poor state and we don't have any problems to the removal of that. The north elevation of building D is behind this vegetation. I think this bit here is also building C, just to give you a better indication of what's what. This is the rear of the farmhouse. So the other side of building D, we've got the modern cow pen at the front here. At the rear of that building, this is the structure which is of interest with the clad in metal, and that is, we consider to be curtilage listed. Building E, just a couple of photographs of the front elevation. This faces the courtyard, this faces the side, and beyond that is the public open space as part of SS18. So instead of buildings C, D and E, they're proposing 3 dwellings, and this is the layout of those proposed dwellings. You'll see it's largely 2-storey, but we have a single-storey lean-to type structure at the back over the living space, which is this section on the plans. So moving to existing and proposed site sections, this is looking north. This is the southern elevation of the farmhouse and the cow pen element, building E at the back here. So you can see the size of plots 2, 3 and 4 on that section. This is from the road, so you can just about make out the front elevation of the farmhouse there and the dilapidated building B, which would be replaced with a full structure. And then this, again, is looking west, but from the rear of the farmhouse. So this is the proposed plots 2 to 4 in relation to the reconstructed building B, in comparison to the existing situation where we've got a collection of much lower key buildings. And just the shed bin store, it's the only other outbuilding aside from the dwellings that is proposed in the southwest corner of the courtyard. So moving on to the recommendation, the proposal is contrary to DM20 in that there's little or no justification for 5 new dwellings in the countryside. The tilted balance doesn't kick in because there's a listed building, and we can't consider this to be an isolated dwelling, which would suggest that we would allow new dwellings in the countryside. And therefore the recommendation is to refuse. In addition to the principle of 5 new dwellings in the countryside, we have concerns about the setting of the listed building, both through the demolition of existing buildings, some of which we consider to be curtilage listed, and also the harm caused by the provision of the new ones in terms of their size and proximity to the farmhouse. There's also limited amenity for the occupants of the proposed Unit 6 with the size and proximity of the fence that's proposed. And there is still a concern that the access provisions are not quite ready in order to be adequate enough for the larger surface vehicles that will need to enter the site. And we are recommending refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll come now to speakers. Mr. Jeremy Heppel, the planning agent. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Michael Edmondson first.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I'm on a very tight schedule, so you'll have to forgive me. I'll have to leave immediately after this.
Okay, so you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm just taking 1 minute. Chairperson, committee, ladies and gentlemen, I live in Cross Cottage, Grade 2 listed property next door to the proposed development, and share an entranceway onto Salisbury Road. There are many listed and heritage buildings surrounding this site. Indeed, you as a committee have rightly been concerned to protect those assets by creating a buffer zone from Fryon Court Road to the Penny Farthing Homes Estate Phase 3. 5 years ago, when I wished to erect a cart barn style garage on my property, I had to submit 5 sets of drawings and attend 5 of these planning meetings. Eventually, the building went ahead after the design was suggested by your heritage officer. The main objection at that time was the street scene afforded by my house to passers-by down Salisbury Road. I submit to you that a Grade 2 listed cottage, this old farmhouse, and barn, namely the old farmhouse, as I've said, is the last piece of the jigsaw puzzle to complete the street scene of Burgate Cross. This imaginative and sensitive development, which looks like barn conversions, will transform the area adjacent to my property from an industrial wasteland leaching oil, garage waste and asbestos from unsafe structures into the watercourses to a restored Grade 2 listed farmhouse, barn conversions and 3 dwellings. All of this, I understand, is reasonably understood by your heritage officer. Finally, I submit to you that this development will mitigate in part the erosion of the street scene, which will take place by the construction of a dual carriageway roundabout 150 metres down the A338 at the end of my garden to lead into the new Penny Farthings developments. Once again, I totally commend this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Read this, by the way, so that I'm very sorry, I've got to be in Tavistock.
Thank you, Chair. Balanced decision making is key in this situation, weighing up the pros and cons of the application. And we don't think in this instance that your officers have correctly balanced the issues. The key issue is clearly heritage. You've got a Grade 2 listed building which is on your informal at-risk register, along with curtilage listed outbuildings in various states of disrepair and some inappropriate modern outbuildings, as you've seen from those photographs. These issues urgently need to be resolved. We've been in dialogue with Andrew Sage, your Conservation Officer, for the past 9 months that the application has been live. He's been very helpful. He's got some very exacting requirements. He's required us to undertake a conservation accredited report, which is to do with the structural condition of the listed building, what needs to be done. He's asked us to undertake not 1 but 2 heritage impact assessments because he wasn't happy with the first one. We went to some new consultants who were well versed in this kind of forensic architectural examination. The scheme has evolved significantly in a direction, and I don't want to put words in Andrew Sage's mouth, but that I think he's generally happy with, although obviously subject to matters of detail, as you've heard. As regards the policy objection that you've heard mentioned, we doubt that exists. It seems to rely on the fact that it's a rural area, therefore your local plan prevents new dwellings, but it's not rural enough, apparently, for the NPPF allowance that would support our scheme to apply. I don't believe the NPPF was ever intended to be interpreted that narrowly to only apply to certain rural dwellings. And if the NPPF policy was applied, it would support the optimal use of a heritage asset and the reuse of redundant rural buildings. So we think there is policy support for this scheme. We think the other minor issues that we mentioned can be overcome, the height of the fence, for example, size of gardens, etc. So we would simply ask that members reach a balanced view on this scheme, recognising the huge heritage benefits to be gained, the problems that will occur if this scheme doesn't go ahead. I would suggest that minor attention be placed on the policy objection, and I'd also ask that you take account of local opinion. You've heard one local resident. We also have the town council in support. We've been out and met with them, briefed them, and they're very supportive of the scheme, and I think that is also ways in the planning balance. We would like to see this scheme through, get this listed building restored, and get the site restored to what it should be.
You've gone well over your time, so I will need to
appreciate
cut
your
you off.
patience. Thank
Okay. We have interest on this one, don't we? Yourself declared. No, okay, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we come to questions then. Questions, please. Councillor Dowd.
Is this another one of those situations where we have to accept the development as it is and we can't put conditions in that might help make it satisfy the objections that there are?
whilst there may be conditions that you could place on any approval which relate to the detailing in terms of the impact on the listed buildings and that sort of thing, I don't think you can put conditions on an approval which would address the concerns from the principle of 5 new dwellings in the countryside that isn't justified in our opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Woods.
Can I ask you, the town council mentioned about the risk of flooding, and I know there is a risk of flooding at that in Burgate Cross, but I can't see any mention of it in the documents. Has that been taken into account? Or?
I'll be flicking through the report as I'm speaking, but I remember looking at this application, and any flooding concerns are across the road on the other side of the A338.
Correct, yeah.
I am aware that Frying-Court Road is quite damp when it rains sometimes, and in fact I think photographs within the applicant's documentation on the file do show a lot of standing water on the area of Frying-Court Road shown on the plan here. Whilst that has occurred, and I've witnessed it myself, the site itself is not within a flood zone. There's no requirement to contact the Environment Agency as a result of that. And if it's surface water drainage, then as far as I'm aware, that sort of thing can generally be resolved at the development stage.
So can I ask the developers if they've taken account of that then?
You can ask the developer.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the site, I've waded through that water. I understand it's a blocked culvert in Frying-Court Road. You can see the water flowing along Frying-Court Road. So I think, as the case officer said, it's something that can be resolved by engineering works. I think the farmer just has to get out there with a digger and unblock the culvert. So it's a very localised issue, and I don't think it relates to our site.
So you say the problem with flooding that isn't an issue, it can be dealt with, yeah?
It's certainly not flooding our site. It floods the road, and I believe it's just a simple, well, I say simple, it's an engineering operation to clear the culvert.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Wade.
This must be right, this one. We're converting agricultural buildings into dwellings. And I know it's in the report you said that this is going from a agricultural forestry commission to a non-agricultural dwelling, so to speak. But there are rules on those around that process, isn't there? Like how big they can be. Do any of these properties contravene the change?
Dwellings in the countryside.
That's one of the questions, yeah.
Yeah, well, there's only one dwelling on site at the moment, and that's the farmhouse, and there are no proposed extensions to that property, so there's no contravention. In terms of the new build properties, and they are new build rather than conversion of existing properties, there's no size restriction on new build, but obviously were permission to be granted, then we would probably need to restrict further additions, but there's no size restrictions because they're new build properties or an existing property which is not proposed to be extended.
Can I just this is for my own education, really. So we've got these farm buildings that are dilapidated, and we're going to knock them down and rebuild. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. And that doesn't count from planning purposes as a conversion of use. It's a new build.
That's correct, yes. It's not a conversion because a conversion would be using the existing buildings to change it into something else. Yeah.
Any more questions? Councillor Richards.
So if the existing buildings were converted on the same footprint, same height, etc., then that would be policy compliant. Is that what you're saying?
In theory, it would still be contrary to policy DM20 because policy DM20 only allows for new dwellings in the countryside if they're for agricultural forestry workers, if it's for affordable housing, if it's the replacement of an existing dwelling, or if it's a small extension to an existing dwelling. So the proposal doesn't comply with any of those criteria. So there would have to be special circumstances that we would have to deal with, which aren't part of this application, were the application to be the conversion of the existing buildings.
Just to clarify again, we've had lots of barn conversions, which are apparently okay. Why is this different? Why can these barns not be just converted?
That's not what they've submitted. The footprint of the dwellings to the rear, these three, if I can get my cursor to it, there we are. Oh, where's it going? Right, here we are. So the three dwellings proposed in this building, it's a brand new building. It's not on the same footprint as the buildings that are already in situ. With regard to the two dwellings proposed here, they're using the same footprint, and whilst the application is described as conversion of, there's nothing really left to convert in the existing building. There's no roof, there's four walls which won't be big enough for one of the dwellings, and in reality it's going to be knocked down and replaced with another structure. So they're not applying to convert anything.
Councillor Woods.
Sorry to harp on this business about the countryside dwelling, whereas it's site 18 or 18, there's a number of hundred houses being built, which is only less than 200 yards down the road. I can't understand it. All of a sudden, it's the countryside. Can you explain that to me?
I understand when the local plan was going through and the strategic sites were being allocated and considered at that time, there were alterations to the built-up part of Fording Bridge because a lot of the land south of this site was within the countryside. As a result of the adoption of the local plan, part of that countryside area is now within the built-up area in order to allow for SS18 to be developed. And that's happened across the district where the strategic sites are. If they've not already been within the built-up area, they've been taken out of the countryside, the green belt, in order that we can provide the housing that we're required to provide. In this instance, the built-up part of Fording Bridge extends south of this site. It doesn't touch the site. It just about comes up as far as the previous speaker's, the southern part of his garden. And in the bit that does adjoin this site, whilst it's part of the strategic site, it is still within the official countryside. It's not a built-up area. And it's proposed to be public open space, which will be a green area of space. So there's not going to be built form immediately adjacent to this site. And the built form that is there in that bottom left-hand corner of the plan there is a large barn that is proposed to be removed in order to help create the public open space. So there will still be countryside between SS18 housing and this site.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Grisell.
I don't understand why there's been a lot of time spent on this if it was never going to hit the regulations. It seems to me a bit of a waste of time on everybody's part.
It's an application. It's an application that we're considering. Councillor Sleep. Oh, we don't know. We haven't voted yet. Councillor Sleep.
Thank you, Chair. To the officer. So what we're actually saying about this site is the only listed part of the site is the old cottage itself, the thatched part or the brick part. That barn that's semi-demolished, which you just said is probably going to be demolished and then rebuilt, whether they use the old brickwork or whatever, but that's the only part that we would normally want to try and protect, isn't it?
The listed building on the site is the farmhouse, which is this structure here. Given the assessments that the applicant has made and the associated assessment our conservation officer has made, we consider that the remains of the structure, building B, is curtilage listed, and part of building D, which had the pitched roof and the metal corrugated roof, is curtilage listed, but the rest of the buildings are either not worthy of retention or are not considered to be curtilage listed because of their relatively modern status.
Right. Are there any more questions? If not, we'll go into debate. Councillor Sleep.
This just seems to me, if we want to protect this building, it's a payback that someone either very wealthy walks into that place, demolishes everything else and totally refurbishes the actual cottage, which I would have thought was a massive task, and it would take years, and anyone with a big wallet might be able to do it. But the payback is that we're going to accept these buildings to try, or a degree of buildings, to try and actually pay for the refurbishment of the cottage to get it back up to standard. I mean, we seem to be in a debate here about what we could allow and what we couldn't allow, but that cottage, is looking at the other buildings, is not going to last very much longer, is it?
Would.
I mean, for me, it looks like a war zone in Gaza, you know, and why the regulator, you know, this sort of application would improve that site so much. The town council isn't against it; they're supporting it. So I have to drive past every morning past this horrible site, do I? Because of, I don't know, regulations.
Councillor Riley.
I'm happy that the listed building is going to be protected and kept in place. I think anything after that is great because it looks an absolute mess. And 4 houses on there ain't going to make a great deal of difference. As Councillor said, there's 200 houses being built further on up the road. So I would support the application.
Councillor Crisell. Sorry, did you want to say?
If we don't refuse it, do we have to reason why we don't refuse it? Or can we just refuse the refuse?
But well, the recommendation is to refuse anyway, so the reasons are already in the report.
But what I'm saying is, if we don't refuse it, do we have to give a reason to accept it?
Well,
Chairman,
nice.
if I can help with this, there's a couple of things that I think have come out of the debate, quite interesting. It's important, I think, to probably take you into your consultee section, page 344 of your agenda, and you'll see there that the conservation officer, whilst there's been some engagement between the conservation officer and the applicant, the conservation officer has noted that the proposal will result in significant less than substantial harm. So to my mind, when you then look at your reasons for refusal, which on page 354, the level of substantial harm is at the significant end of the spectrum, and therefore there's a conservation, I would suggest, still an objection or still matters to work through. I don't think it's quite right to accept that the conservation officer is on board with the proposal. The test in the framework, the NPPF, is set out in paragraph 208, and that says where a development is going to lead to less than substantial harm, the significance of the asset should be weighed against the public benefits. So if you were to go contrary to the recommendation and recommend it favourably, my advice to you is that through your decision making, you need to identify what the public benefits are to justify the less than substantial harm, which your conservation officer has said is at the substantial end of that range.
Councillor Sleep.
So we're in a dilemma here, aren't we? I mean, we want to protect this listed building and we want to reinstate that corner of the countryside that looks like a bomb site at the moment. It seems like the people that are in there at the moment could never afford to actually do it. They've been promised resettlement, I think, for as part of the deal. I mean, is it a situation, obviously everyone's saying, well, we don't want those other buildings, it's not playing to the rules, but how can we protect that building if we don't do something as a payback for it? That's the only thing I can't understand. We're going to lose the property, aren't we? The barns, the cottage is just going to collapse.
Okay. This is why we have a committee. You could plough through all the rules and regulations all day long, forever and ever. Some say this, some say that. But this is why we have a committee, why it's democracy. There is no doubt in my mind this is a site that needs sorting out. Okay? So it might be better not to make a decision today, to defer to us, the applicant and our officers, to get together to look at making improvements in an overall project to improve this area. That's just a suggestion.
I have to say I agree with that. I mean, it's crying out for something to be done here, but I think the applicants need to get back with the officers and really sit down and talk about the best way forward for this one.
Not to dwell on this too long, if pardon the pun. I actually think that's right, that Councillor Rickman has made a very sensible suggestion, because what the officer has presented in a report is actually technically correct. It is, and we can't pass it if it's technically correct. Don't go against it. And she's absolutely right in what she's done, and it's good. But perhaps there's a compromise because the site looks a bit unloved, to put it mildly. Right? If we can get together and come up with a solution that ticks the boxes, improves the site, and doesn't have the negative impact on the listed building, then it's a win-win, isn't it?
Okay. So, someone can propose that then. Councillor Rickman and second Wade. Okay. Oh, paper's run out. So the proposal is that we defer this and that the applicants come back and speak more in depth with our officers, and that's been proposed by Councillor Rickman and seconded by Councillor Wade. All of those in favour, please. Back to the speaker. You have 1 minute.
Yeah, I did wonder. I mean, I'm very grateful for the comments I've heard from members. I think that's a very useful debate. As mentioned in my presentation, we do think there is actually policy support for this at national level. So I think there is policy support for the amount of development we want. In terms of the detail, I mean, yes, the conservation officer objects. We know exactly why he objects. He wants the big barn at the bottom to be designed differently. He wants building D in the middle to be kept, and he wants the new build at the back lower. Those are the three things he wants. We can deliver all of that. We've already had that conversation with him. I mean, what I think wasn't explained is this is actually an amended plan already. The scheme has been amended. We were in the process of further amending it. So we can deliver what you want, I believe. So whilst we'd like permission today, we will accept a deferral. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That would be great if you can do that. So proposed by a deferral, proposed by Councillor Rickman and seconded by Councillor Wade. All of those in favour, which that's unanimous. Thank you. I don't have to go back to the No, that's fine. Yeah.
Shall I propose that we defer that one as well? Makes sense.
Yeah, okay. All of those in favour? And that's agreed again. So they're both deferred. So thank you all very much. It's been a long, long day, but there is food downstairs if you want it. So thank you.
I just thought